I'm not sure who Conrad is. Oh, that's Wesley. Let's see. Doreen, if you can bear with me, there are still people joining in.
Not a problem, George.
And Quentin sent me a message, Kujula, but I didn't quite catch it. Oh, that was on email. Well, I'm muting my phone now because where'd the recorder go on this? Well, there's a really loud whine on somebody's connection. Well, Doreen, I believe it slowed down a little bit. We can probably start. I will write down everybody's name for the future minutes as you ask for the introductions.
Okay. I call this meeting to order. I would like to introduce myself. I am Doreen Gillespie. I'm the chairman of the Livestock Loss Board. With the rest of my board, please introduce yourself.
Can
you hear me?
Go ahead, Dave.
I'm the only one.
Well, we can't actually conduct business until we know that we have either Joe or Elaine. And Elaine's husband just recently had knee replacement, and she said she might be a few minutes late.
Okay. Dave McEwen, North Toole County.
George Edwards, Livestock Loss Board staff. And we can still go through introductions though, Doreen, until we can make sure we got Joe or Elaine or Patty online.
You mean you want me to?
This is Patty Quizno. I'm a board member and I'm present.
Oh, we have a quorum.
Okay. All right. I think I'm going to go to my other computer. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anyway, Elaine will be joining in, I believe, for the grant section. She's not planning on being really late. Dave, have you heard from Joe to know if Joe is calling in or logging in via the computer or anything?
Every intention of being on this meeting, and I don't know where he's at. unless the wind's blowing over there and he's headed my way vis-a-vis Mother Nature. I don't know.
I'll go back out of this meeting for just a second and resend him the link information for the meeting. Just in case. Give Joe a call and we'll see if he's having troubles.
Craig Glazer a link. Wave if you got that, George.
Joe Kip's signed in now. And Craig Glazer just asked me to resend him the link. He should be joining in any minute now.
All right.
Thank you.
Where Helen is keeps bopping out and bopping back in.
I'll be right back.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Hi, Joe. We're about to do introductions of everybody that's joined in. It's a very long list. Doreen said she needed to step away for just a quick second, so you know, Joe.
Oh, yeah, I'm back.
Okay, we can go back to the regular introductions, Doreen. We have 4 board members now.
Okay, I'll introduce myself again. Doreen Gillespie, Chairman of the Livestock Loss Board.
Okay. And we have Dave McEwen, Joe Kipp, Patty Quizno from the board, and myself, George Edwards. Now we need to go to the public. There's some of them that are phone numbers, so if you want me just ask people to introduce themselves so I can go off the list and see the affiliation someone may have. Somebody's phone's ringing. Well, that's Doreen. Big Hole Watershed Committee. It's listed as that. Please say your name so we have it for the record.
This is Tananoff, Associate Director with the Big Hole Watershed Committee. I
Thank
tried to change my name, but it wasn't letting me, so.
That's all right. Let's see, we'll just go down the list as it appears. Well, the list keeps changing as quickly as I'm doing this. Okay, Jim Stone.
Good afternoon, Jim Stone with the Blackfoot Challenge.
Okay, thank you. Great, I don't have a secretary, so I have to do double duty on this. Mark Cook.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Cook. I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. We're out at the Bitterroot Valley.
Okay. Phone number ending with 132. All it says is guest. So whoever is on phone one with the last three digits of 132, could you say your name, please?
That's mine, Patty Quizno, that's my number.
Oh, that's your number. Okay, thank you, Patty. Phone number ending in 830.
That's me. I'm Kelly Ingles with Ron Grove Ranch.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm writing at the same time. Caleb Rammel. Okay. I'm guessing Conrad FWP is Wesley. If that's you, please unmute and
Hello, this is Wesley Sarmento with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks in Conrad.
okay. One that says Dan and Jill. Going to unmute your microphone. Oh, trying to. If you could unmute and say your name so that we have it for the record. Dan and Jill. We will move on. Erica Nunlist.
Yep, Erica Nunlist with the Centennial Valley Association in Southwest Montana.
Okay. Next one is Helena.
Yeah, I'm with Wolves of the Rockies, Helena Edelson. I'm calling in from Gardner, Montana.
What's your last name, Helena?
Edelson?
Edelson? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We already did Jim Stone. Carly Johnson. Former board
Hi.
member. Hi, Carly.
Hi, George. Carly and Ality here from Sevens Livestock. We ranch just west of Shoto.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Well, I guess I'll put Craig on the spot. Craig Glazier. Wildlife Services. Let's see, Linda Owens.
I'm Linda Owens. I'm with the Madison Valley Ranchline Group. And George, there is a chat. I don't know if you've already seen it, but Trina Joe Bradley's trying to get on.
Okay, I'll resend her the link again. And my recorder died, so I also need to get that going as well. Bear with me for a minute while I get Trina Joe the login information again. Okay, Mabel Running Fisher.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Jim and Mabel Running Fisher of Running Fisher Livestock from the Blackfeet Reservation in Browning, Montana.
Thank you. Rayleigh Honeycutt. Okay. If you're there, let's see. Tracy Rader.
Hi there, I am Tracy Rader. My family raises sheep on the Greenfield Bench, and we are Montana Sheep Company. Thanks for having me today.
You're welcome. Ty Smucker.
Yeah, hey, this is Ty Smucker with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I'm the wool specialist for the Rocky Mountain Front. And yeah, good to see so many people here today.
Thank you. Dan Tompkins. Okay. We'll go with Trina Jo Bradley. We're just identifying ourselves, Trina, and who we're affiliated with.
Okay. Do you want me to go?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm Trina Jo Bradley. I am a producer on the Rocky Mountain Front. I also work with Blackfeet Stock Growers Association and Rocky Mountain Front Ranchlands Group.
Thank you, Trina. Okay, we'll go into the next one. Amber Cornack.
Hi, I'm Amber Cornack. I'm with the University of Montana and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the Grizzly Bear Recovery Team.
Thank you. I believe, Doreen, that's everybody that have logged in at the moment.
All right. Well, we can move ahead then with the meeting. Has everyone read the minutes from the October 21 meeting and the December 10th, 21 meeting?
Yes, I read everything.
Okay. Yeah, I read it too.
If you see any glaring mistakes, let me know and I'll correct them.
Yeah, I just had one I wanted to mention, and it was on page 6, about 2/3 of the way down, and it states the only thing I want to see changed. The minutes state a great broke horse at $2,000, and what I said was a grade. GRADE, not a great horse, a grade horse.
Yeah, that's spelling errors. So
Yeah.
is that in the October minutes or the December minutes?
Page 6.
Yeah, of which set of minutes?
Oh, that's right. Good call. I think that was the latter one when we got into that discussion.
Oh, yeah, I've got grade.
Yeah, that was the last meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Okay, I will get that fixed. Got that flagged, and we'll make those edits to fix that.
Otherwise, I'm good with the minutes from the prior 2 meetings.
I am too. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
I'll make that second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to agree to the minutes of the last 2 meetings. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the budget status.
We're actually still in great shape as far as our operating budget goes. And we have no glaring things that pop out. It's just basically informational for you, so you're aware of where you're at budgetarily.
Sounds good. We don't need to approve it or anything.
No, you don't need to approve it. And then I included in your books a message from the governor's office as far as agency goals and objectives for the next biennium. The first page is basically stating goals that the governor has in mind to make things, well, create more high-paying jobs, reduce regulations, red tape, which you guys did in December. Improve the customer service accountability and efficiency. Well, I'm still getting the claims paid within days of receiving them, if not the same day or the next day. So we meet the efficiency goals and bring state technology into the 21st century. And we spoke about that at red tape review as far as wildlife services being only able to mail out the investigation reports, in turn our claim form process. So we can't go down that road. However, we did meet the goal of electronically making the grant form available online and fillable online. So we have met that. The next pages are the budget development. This is just a calendar of when things occur. So board members, you guys are aware of what is done and when it's done. This is part of the thing of developing the legislation. We have our concepts down. And so this is the calendar I need to follow to ensure that the work that you've told me to do gets done and the dates I have to have it done by. So that makes that fast.
Yeah.
The big one, and I just lost it out of my book, it's in the back, is the number of claims we received in 2021. And I included in your book a sheet that has all the claim numbers. And we have, if you're seeing me looking sideways because I lost my sheet, I'm going back out to get the current 2021 numbers because it's probably interesting to the general public as well. In 2021, we far exceeded our $300,000 yearly allotment. However, this does not mean we're out of money to pay claims. This is on calendar year, which easier for the general public to understand. And we have hit records in both the number of animals we've paid for and the dollars that we've paid out. Some of this was from the prior budget year. What I want to point out on this is that we had $300,000 that we accumulated over a decade that sits in basically a reserve fund that if we ran out of our $300,000 appropriation, we may have to dip into that reserve fund. And that would potentially happen in May or June in order to pay all of the claims coming in, because our budget year starts July 1st and ends on June 30th. So I don't want anybody to think we don't have money to pay claims. Oops, I've got more people to admit. But we have money to pay claims and we are covered for that. However, that reserve fund is only going to last for so long before we run out of money. If at the current rate of predation keeps increasing, that could be just in a few years from now. And we may end up having to go to the legislature at some point seeking more funding. As it's one of those awkward things. The groups that really want grizzly bears on the landscape really aren't contributing to our funding. They have the ability to, but they don't. And I think Dave probably could expound more on that if you'd like, Dave.
Go ahead.
Not sure I should.
Well, you don't have
I
to.
would just say this because I know Stock Growers is listening and they were concerned. We sent that one legislative deed in to pay all claims within 3 months. Was it 3 months, as I recall?
Yes, it was.
And this is the reason why, is because we need to make sure our budget is where it is. And if we start getting short, we need to be able to go to that, go to the legislature and hit up the taxpayer to pay those claims. And if we have stuff sitting out that hasn't been turned in, it's kind of hard to stay current. And so that's why we did what we did on that particular issue. And I think that's as far as I can speak on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
Well, and Dave just brought up a really good point. If you know ranchers out there that haven't turned in their claims, please encourage them to do so. Just 2 days ago, I paid a claim from October. And the week before, one from April of the prior year. And that goes into prior budget years. So when we had leftover money or enough money for claims, they're not paid in the correct year. And that can hinder how our accounting and or our ability to pay claims in the future. So that's another reason for that 3-month window is claims need to be paid in the current budget year rather than the prior ones, because that's not a use it or lose it, but that money, excess money rolled over into loss prevention, which is fine, but we can't move it back. And so late claims can really impact our budget negatively, especially when we're in a situation like we are recently with a large volume of claims coming in. And I don't anticipate that changing. We were on that uphill trajectory since we took on grizzly bears, other than 2020, which was an anomaly year. And 2021 put us right back on that upward trajectory of breaking records every year. And so if that trend continues, financially, that can place a hardship on us. So that was my report on the claims statistics. If there's any questions.
Sounds good.
And I've got messages from 2 people that said Dave was hard to hear.
That before. I'll sit closer. I've never been accused of that.
Okay. Well, there's always a first for everything, Dave.
Concerning your budgetary problems or your statistics, I guess. I would like to make the board aware that we are currently setting up a meet with Senator Daines in Conrad. It'll be in April on the 6th. We don't know what time. I would very much like George to be there for informational. Craig, if you're anywheres in the country and could make that, I would like to have you there for informational. And I would certainly like and invite the rest of the board, and I would get I'll get that information to you when I get it. So
where was that, Dave? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I've had a couple.
Can't hear me?
I can't hear you hardly at all. I know I'm getting deaf, but.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you, Dave.
Well, I don't know why, okay?
Yeah, and ironically, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
So
That'll be in Conrad, Craig, on the 6th. and I don't know what time yet. I don't know
Of-
what time or where
Of
What,
April.
what month?
of April.
Okay.
Okay.
But I certainly need, on that particular thing, I certainly need Joe and anybody else from that area that having large carnivore problems. We need your support in this as well. So,
Well, I'll be there and I'll bring Butch with me.
okay, we can feed him to the lions.
Yeah.
And this is, by the way, this is not a board meeting. It is not a spot where it's a quorum. This is Senator Dane's meeting. Board members would not be making decisions as a board if more than 3 showed up. They can be there as far as to visit with Senator Danes, but doesn't come under the rules of a board meeting because the board is not taking any actions. Somebody's trying to call me now. So anyway, it is okay for board members all to show up. And I'm going to mute for a second to find out who's calling.
Hey, did you see my note in the chat about adjusting your audio? That might be what you need to do on your computer.
Would you repeat that, Trina?
Yeah, so if you go to your little mute button where the microphone is, if you press on that little arrow, then it should pop up with a menu and then you can adjust your audio settings. I think your microphone is just turned way down and that's why we can't hear you.
Okay, I am back. The gentleman will call me back when we don't have a meeting going on.
And
The
is there any other information on the wildlife service supplies?
Well, I know Elaine had some comments on this. So we can go back to this agenda item.
Okay.
We reserve the right for agenda times to be flexible for an hour earlier or later. But she did have some comments as far as the supplies and how the trailer is going and how that's being handled.
Okay. All righty. Well, now we'll move on to grant applications. And this is my first time doing something like this at a meeting. So the Big Hole Watershed Committee is the first one. Is there any discussion from the board on this? Any discussion? Any discussion?
Do you have any questions for Tana? She's on the call and she's with Big Hole. Oh, Dave, you muted. If you, I look like your lips were moving, all waved off.
I'm trying here. Maybe George, as these are introduced, you could read the first box and the paragraph. I don't want to sound like I haven't read these because I've read them all and I can't even remember which one's which anymore.
That's me too.
If you could read that first paragraph as she introduces them.
Okay.
Then we could enter into either discussion, pass, fail, whatever. Does that sound good?
That's fine. The Big Hole Watershed Committee offers services to assist ranchers in the Big Hole Valley. Because we recognize the Big Hole's working ranches are what give the watershed its unique character, abundant wildlife habitat, and vital wildlife corridors. Through this project, the Big Hole Watershed Committee offers supplemental livestock monitoring to 7 local ranches to help reduce the impact of predators, primarily wolves, on their operations. Participating producers receive an enrollment letter each year. Hey, I can read. I did that for Dave's benefit. Anyway, participating producers receive an enrollment letter each year, regular reports from the writer during the writer season, and occasional invitations to participate in planning meetings. The Big Hole Watershed Committee Governing Board is made up of directors who have agreed to represent their particular interest in area and participate in consensus. The board may have between 16 and 26 directors at any given time, 50% of whom must represent ranching according to the organization's bylaws. The intent of the governing board is to include diverse range of interest in the Big Hole Valley. The board currently has 22 members, 13 of whom are ranchers, 59%. The second box, please describe what the money will be used for. If awarded, this is really tiny print.
It
If
is.
awarded, funding will be used to support Big Hole Watershed Committee's Range Rider program in 2021 and 2022, rider salary, mileage expenses, and supplies. Through the program, Big Hole Watershed Committee employs a range rider who monitors 6 public grazing allotments for 7 livestock producers. Please note, only 4 of the 7 submitted supplemental forms, so we can only qualify for funding for those producers. We can use another source of funding for the other 3. We can continue working with producers to get the remaining 3 signed. The allotments are on U.S. Forest Service land in the upper Big Hole Watershed between Jackson and Wisdom. The rider patrols allotments by ATV, foot, vehicle. Pardon my eye started watering looking at that little print. Each summer from July 1st to September 30th. Monitoring livestock conditions and predator wolf grizzly presence. I don't know if they've had a grizzly sighted, at least I think on camera in that area, but he provides weekly reports to livestock producers and Big Hole Watershed Committee staff and partners. If the rider observes wolf activity, he reports it to producers immediately. In the case of injured or dead livestock, the rider calls the producer and Montana FWP immediately and notes GPS coordinates or locations. They actually should be calling Wildlife Services.
Yes, they should.
Get my spot found on that little print again. The rider covers the carcass with a tarp until USDA Wildlife Services can investigate and determine a cause of death. The rider maintains a collection of game cameras, which he checks regularly and observes and photographs wolf and grizzly bear tracks and scat. In the past, he has helped Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks locate wolf dens and has assisted in collaring wolves. In 2021, he photographed tracks from 2 grizzly bears, later confirmed by Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and one of the game cameras photographed a grizzly, also confirmed by Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The game camera capture photos of wolves each year. The primary goals of the Range Rider program are to increase human presence and monitoring of livestock and summer grazing allotments, detect and report dead or injured livestock in a timely manner for investigation, survey sightings, tracks, scat, the allotments and private land for the presence of large carnivores, and interrupt predator livestock interactions that would result in dead or injured livestock utilizing non-lethal and lethal methods as situations arise as per state regulations allow. Can I ask a question about that, Doreen?
Absolutely.
This is Tatana. Has your range rider actually seen the grizzly bear that was photographed? I'm just curious.
He hasn't seen it in person. He saw some really fresh tracks and the game camera got a photo, but he hasn't actually seen it directly.
Oh, and was it close to any of the livestock allotments?
Yeah, it was on one of the livestock allotments.
It's just a matter of time before, you know, sorry to say for you guys to have the losses like we're seeing in some of these other counties. Okay, I'll
That's
shut
kind
up.
of what we're expecting.
Okay, can I ask questions?
That's what
Absolutely.
that's what you're here for, Dave.
Okay. First of all, you got your 3 less people than you put in. Does your request reflect the 3 less people?
No, it doesn't, and I'm not sure if it's eligible because I know they were past the deadline, but we did actually get 6 total supplement forms. 3 of them passed the deadline, so 6 out of 7. But no, the 15,000 is would be what we would need for a full year of monitoring for all the allotments. So
Who hires this individual? Who pays the wages to this individual?
the Big Hole Watershed Committee.
Does he do any other work for the participants of this group other than predator prevention?
Not officially. If he sees any, issues of concerns like invasive weeds or, or down fences or something, he'll call and let the landowner know as a courtesy, but it's not really an official part of his duties.
Okay, here's a tough one. Other than body counts, what's he doing for active prevention work?
It's like hazing wolves or something like that. Is
Yeah. Is he doing anything? I mean, I want this job.
That's a good question. He doesn't often, encounter wolves head on in the field, but he does try and do a little hazing. So sorry if this is a little weird, but he actually likes to mark on their scat. He thinks that it lets them know that somebody's around. I don't know what kind of impact that has on him, but so yeah, I guess maybe you could consider that hazing. And then he checks on the cattle as well and on their condition and kind of just reports how they're behaving and what he sees to the producers. But yeah, I'm not sure if that directly answers your question.
Do you have a diary of last year's activities with this individual?
Yes.
That should
He does.
I would say that should be submitted to this board. I'm going to tell you up front, there's a lot of controversy right now on the effectiveness of the range riding program. And that starts at DC. It's not just at this committee. It's clear to DC. And if we can't show where there's some effectiveness for prevention of livestock take, we're just not going to be able to fund these things. And that's our mission, is to prevent livestock take. So the range rider program has got to come to the table and say, yeah, we prevented, this is what we're doing, and this is why it's preventing this. And hopefully your claims don't go up.
Dave, would you like a diary of those type of notes sent into the board, like on a monthly basis, or?
Absolutely. I think you got, if we're financing this, you have to be accountable to us or USDA. My other question is, when there is a wolf depredation, do your participants allow USDA to do work?
Like wildlife services?
Other than confirmation?
Yes, Tana,
What kind of?
Tana, that has happened in some other areas where some ranches don't allow wildlife services on. So this is a very pertinent question.
I've never heard of that happening here. That's part of the plan, is that part of our range rider plan is that it's the landowner who's supposed to call wildlife services, but I don't know of anybody that wouldn't want to, or that wouldn't allow USDA on their land.
This is Doreen.
And as I'd like to, I also wonder a little bit, we've really struggled with trying to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs, and trying to show what you're preventing is very difficult. So I totally understand the need to show the effectiveness, but I see Trina Joe Bradley asked, how does the Livestock Loss Board define effectiveness? And I wonder that too, like, how would you suggest evaluating what we're preventing?
This is Doreen Gillespie again too, and I'm kind of in agreement with what Dave is saying. And I'd like to see, like, when you fill out a grant application, I'd like to see that every landowner would check a box and say he would allow wildlife services on the land, because that would be something really important to know.
We can add that to the future grant forms, Doreen.
Okay, I think that sounds good.
We have detailed records from every season of the Range Raider program, and we'd be happy to either send them in for 2021 if that's what you want, or add you to the distribution list for 2022. They're pretty, it's a lot. I don't know that you'd really want to read through all of it, but we're happy to share it with you.
Tana, they're not picking on you. Every board member has called me and expressed really some big concerns of range rider programs. And, if a range rider is out there, are they actually out there doing the job, or just collecting a wage and not doing the work? So we've had reports like that in the past. So we're not.
We have detailed reports and lots of photos too. So he's definitely out there.
That's great.
You're the first one on the block here, so you're gonna get it, okay?
And she gets on the first one on the block every year. I'm sorry. I should have shuffled the deck. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
The other question I have is on land ownership. The ranches that you have signed up, are these are there absentee owners in these ranches, or are these actual people that live on the land?
There's the one that I have not got the supplement form yet, that just changed hands. But no, he is a local. He actually just went back from an absentee owner to a local owner. I'm just thinking real quick about I think they're all there. They're all local landowners.
Okay.
By the way, the board did get all the supplement forms. I got those to everybody. So they got all the remaining 3 that you were missing.
Oh, great.
So they were able to see all of them.
Great.
And then,
Appreciate it.
my last question is on these ranches that you're representing, how many of them have conservation easements, and do those easements allow work by wildlife services to help mitigate predation problems?
That is a really interesting question. I don't know definitively. I don't think any of them have conservation easements. They're not a very popular thing in the Big Hole. So I could figure that out for sure and let you know, but for now I'm going to say I don't think so.
I would ask that that's contingent on funding this program. I'm not saying we won't fund the program, but that's contingent. I would like to add that to part of this deal.
We can add that to the next grant form.
And this is Doreen Gillespie again. I just have one last question. Does any of these landowners allow the relocation of grizzly bears to their place? Because that's another thing that I would say I would vote no if they did that. But I'm just curious, do you know if any of them would let them relocate a grizzly to their place?
I am going to say for pretty certain that they would not.
Good to hear.
On the map, FWP has for relocation spots.
Oh, we are.
I don't know. Are you?
I don't.
I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe.
The issue
I'm gonna look into that.
Well, the issue arises that if grizzly bears are relocated onto a ranch, and then we are paying a lot of claims on that same ranch, it's counterintuitive and maybe not a good use of taxpayer money.
Absolutely.
That's all I got, George.
And
That's
Elaine,
awesome.
Elaine is on too now, by the way.
That's all I've got. Any other board member have anything to say?
I'm good. You guys covered everything really well.
Okay. Now I'll say, is there any public comment? Is there any public comment?
And you don't have to ask for public comment on these. It can be offered up. But so during public comments is typically for items not on the agenda. However, this board is allowed public comment during a discussion.
I was just taking my orders from Butch. He said that's what they do in the Senate, so I was following through.
And I mean, you could call for a motion right now if you'd like.
Yes, I'd like to call for a motion. Do we agree to give this grant? All in favor, say aye.
Well,
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, we got to
This
make
is-
the motion first.
Yeah, this is Joe Kipp, and Doreen, I would, Madam Chairperson, I would like to make a motion that we approve the Big Hole Watershed Committee's request for a $30,000 grant.
Thank you, Joe. I apologize for that slip up, but do I have a second?
I will second it with the friendly amendment that the data from this program comes back to us even on a month-to-month basis. We're going to have to justify this stuff down the road if we're going to keep this program going. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from further up.
And I agree.
Is you okay with the friendly amendment, Joe?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, Doreen, you can call for the vote.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Okay.
I got high signs from everybody.
Okay. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Well,
Thank you very much, and we'll be sure to send you that data.
Anna, you were on the hot seat for the first one, but you were successful, so congratulations. The next grant is through Kim Johnston, People and Carnivores, and she submitted it on behalf of Bill Martinell. He did not put anything in the first box, but in the second box, it was assistance with livestock guardian food, livestock, the wormer, and vaccinations and expenses related to his protection dogs. And I will note on the side that we do pay claims on this ranch, and they are actively working on prevention.
Okay.
Dave has a question.
Okay.
This, he already has the dogs and he just wants a little money for food, wormer, and vaccination.
Yeah, to help keep those dogs. And this is a working ranch.
And they are on sheep. Is that?
They are on
correct?
sheep.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Have we ever paid a claim on this place for a dog?
Not for a dog, but we have for sheep.
Okay.
We usually end up with 1 to 2 a year from this particular ranch. They're doing what they can.
Yep.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none? Oh, go ahead, Dave.
I just, one other question is that I want to know why Kim Johnston is representing these people, because these people could, without doubt.
Yes, Kim, you're on. So if you could answer Dave's question of why are you doing this for them rather than them doing it for themselves?
Yeah, Dave, you cut out on the last bit of your question, but so I was originally working with these producers to get the livestock guardian dogs at the beginning. So when they purchased their livestock guardian dogs, I let them know that the Livestock Loss Board was a potential opportunity to get some assistance. And at that time, it was last fall, so the grant opportunity wasn't open at that time. So they ended up spending the money in the guard dogs, and I left them with an application to fill out. So I just ended up submitting for a couple of different producers that were helping out with guard dog projects.
Are you being paid by these ranches?
No, nope, we are a nonprofit organization, just working with ranchers on implementing the guard dog program. So the money is going, each application is directly for the landowner. It's not going to come to us at all. It would go directly to the landowner.
Dave, you need to get really close to your computer so they can hear you.
I don't know what's going on with this damn thing. So that's my question. If we write a check for this grant, we write it straight to the producer, not to you.
That's correct, Dave. Yes.
If there's
Any
no
further,
Yeah, I was gonna
any
say,
further discussion?
I gotta
How
read.
many dogs is he feeding?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
He has 5 livestock guardian dogs.
Okay. Of what nature?
Oh, you mean breeds?
Yeah,
He's running mostly Akbash Anatolian.
okay, I just want to know what kind.
So Dave, here's a question for you. Is that a request amount based on 5 head of dogs about right?
This is before inflation kicked in, okay? Because I'm afraid to do the new
Yep.
numbers, okay? We run 5 dogs and we figure it costs us $3.50 a day to feed them.
Holy Christ.
Yeah, they're 180 pound dogs. They aren't cheap unless they're killing your sheep and eating them. Then they get pretty cheap, kind of.
Now that was $3.50
per day.
Excuse me, Dave. Per day, per dog?
No, that
Or
would be
four-
for all, that'd be for
All 5.
Yeah, all 5.
So 3.5 times 360. So $1,260 should be dog food. And the rest is for wormer and vaccination. Okay, that's justified. Thank you, Dave.
If the board doesn't have any more questions, Doreen, you can ask for a motion again.
Can I, would someone make a motion?
I so move that we grant this to Bill Martinell, excuse me.
Okay,
And I'll second that, Doreen.
thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we grant this grant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Doreen, Trina asked that I say the dollar amounts requested.
Okay,
That's $1,536 for that particular grant that was just approved. The next one is the Blackfeet stock growers, and being how you're chair of that organization, Joe, it's probably best that you recuse yourself from the vote on this
I
particular.
recuse myself from the vote.
It is for $28,000. Blackfeet Nation Stock Growers is a 501c5 organization that represents ranchers within the Blackfeet Nation. Overview: Blackfeet Nation Stock Growers and Association, in partnership with Rocky Mountain Front Ranchlands Group and USDA Wildlife Services, is working to develop livestock predator monitoring program to serve the Blackfeet Nation ranches. This year, we intend to hire an LPN, which is the abbreviation for Livestock Predator Monitor. to work on 3 of the most heavily preyed upon ranches, which were determined by local wildlife services specialist Glenn Hall. Note, the term LPM is in place of range rider to help avoid confusion with the BIA range rider position, which hold more authority. Project plan, the LPN is responsible for closely monitoring multiple cattle herds, primarily on horseback, and with the intent of minimizing livestock stress and losses due to depredation, as well as documenting and removing carcasses when appropriate. The LPM will aid wildlife services in documenting key wildlife and their movements, especially grizzly bears and wolves, while minimizing wildlife with livestock conflict. The LPM will communicate regularly with producers she is serving. The LPM will work from approximately June 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022. Wildlife Services has agreed to hire and train the LPM and provide all equipment except horses, utilizing funds procured by the Blackfeet Nation's Stock Growers Association. The breakdown of funds we requested is as follows: $27,500 to cover the cost of the LPM. This amount was an estimate provided by Wildlife Services to cover the LPM wages and equipment based on their typical range rider costs. $500 for administrative services at $20 for 25 hours.
Is there
can
any,
answer questions.
what did you say, Joe?
I could answer any questions if anyone has some.
Okay, is there any discussion? Go ahead, Dave.
This particular grant was written the way a range rider grant, as we see it, or as I see it, should be written. Make no mistake, they're under the gun because we've got to justify this stuff now. And we're going to put a great deal of pressure on them to do their documentation and get done exactly what they say they're going to get done. I think that the fact that they're under the guidance of USDA is going to be extremely helpful. And I want to make sure that all the documentation comes back to us for review on a 30-day basis. Is that asking too much, Joe?
No, that's fine.
But I would agree to this, and for USDA's part of this, they should have got that memo last night from George. There was some typos in the original grant asking, and we got that straightened out, right, George?
Right. This is going to be a Wildlife Services employee funded through the Blackfeet Stock Growers.
Absolutely.
And I've been speaking with Dalen Tidwell on this as well. However, I do need to mention Dalen is struggling very much in order to get the supplies necessary to get this program started. And I was also going to ask, on a grant like this, you could grant, well, because Wildlife Services, in order to keep this something like this going, you may want to consider doubling the grant amount. So, and based on the following year, because Wildlife Services, if they get all this stuff in place, then they have to turn that truck in. Then they're in the same boat coming back, I believe. Maybe Craig Glazier or Dalen Tidwell could speak to that.
Question then. So what you're saying is, in order to make this an effective program, we basically need to do it for a two-year deal?
Well, that's why I wanted Dalen to kick in. They're looking for a surplus truck for this position and trying to make this work and work for the Blackfeet stock growers. And I guess my question to Joe is, do you see this as an ongoing year after year project?
Yeah, I think if we can see some positive results, we've got years of records of how much predation was done without this position installed. So we should see some good results from it. And I know that we'll be able to continue it again next year if the funding's there. And that's a great idea. I didn't realize Wildlife Service was going to have such a hard time. And I understand what you're saying. And if this will make it easier for them to have the equipment for their new employees, please double our request amount.
And that was my question to Craig, is I want to see all these programs be successful. And as the staff person, I get questions like this all the time. And so considering the fact of the troubles Wildlife Services is having getting this, well, especially on a short timeline, trying to make it work for you guys next year as well. So Dalen or Craig, I hope you're still on. I would like them to actually answer that if they're available.
I'm still on.
And somebody.
So this is actually a better question for Dalen. The one thing with its vehicles, because we don't own a big fleet of vehicles, we've got to lease them, and that takes quite a process to get that. So it's more of the infrastructure, I think, is what you're talking about.
It is.
Does that help?
There's Dalen.
And there's Dalen.
Yeah, if I may speak to that, that's really at the timing issue on this, is being able to be prepared to get that started in this season, like at the end of next month. That's really kind of our concern, is being sure that this will be, we can meet that. I guess that's my initial concern. I don't know, I can't quite speak to the 2-year thing, other than being able to know ahead of time that indeed the next season's ready to come. We can start this process in December, January of getting in ready for that next season. So yeah, that part would be obviously welcome.
Well, you would need to know that you have the funding to do that planning in December, though. And that's the point that I was getting to.
Correct. Yes, that's what puts us in a bind right now, is whether we can get things put together to be useful in this summer season.
Trina Joe has her hand up. I guess I didn't realize I had to unmute her. Well, there we go.
You don't have to unmute me. I can do it myself, but thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, when Ainsley and I were putting this grant together, we wanted to start out with one range rider, and we decided going through Wildlife Services was the best approach. And so what we want to do in the future is expand the program across the entire reservation. So I'm glad you guys are talking about this. My question then is, can you double our funding, or do you want to just tell us to apply again next year for the same amount? Or I don't know how your process works.
The board can actually reject a grant outright. They can in the past have reduced funding amounts to people who have asked for grants, actually to spread the money out further. They have flexibility on this because it is totally their decision. The reason I brought that up is because in speaking with Dalen, was the timing issue, because I know he's under the gun and having great difficulties. So if you planned on doing this again next year, I wanted to bring it to the board's attention that possibly they may want to look at this in terms of reserving a pot of money or reserving that amount of money to be in place so Dalen knows that he can get that process started in December and adequately cover what you're requesting. And that, because you probably would have a request next year, and hold back that amount of money in order to achieve what you're after. I want to make sure that there's continuity, and Dave has his hands up.
My question is, if we award this grant, we don't have to, can we hold those funds? If we award this grant, can we hold those funds in our system until all of the working parts are put together and then award the grant? And if it's this year, we'll get it out to them. If it isn't, then we'll get it out to them in December, whenever it goes. Can we do that, Dalen? Or would that work for you, I guess is my question.
Well, certainly, yeah, if we knew in contract that that money was there, ready to go, we could plan for that and act in response. As it sits now, we'll just be hard pressed to pull, just because we didn't know. I mean, even till this discussion, we had no idea if this was a go or not. And so we've already put out announcements for recruitment and all that. And we'd have to kind of restart all that. The other concern, I guess potential is we could get it together, but it may be, into June, July, later in the season, and it would just be a delayed effect for this year. But if we had the head start, that would be appropriate.
I would I guess entertain the thought that we would approve this. We would hold those funds until the head of the association, and Joe, you can give us that name if you want to, notifies us, or USDA notifies us and say, okay, we got this in place. These people are here, this people's here, we're working, and then we would be able to submit those funds. Otherwise, we would just hold them within our entity. Is that offensive to anyone?
It depends on what part. The 28,000 annual request for this year, we probably need to get that released as soon as possible, so our other matchers will know that it's there and will kick in as promised. And also, so Mr. Tidwell and his agency will be able to pay them up front. But the second year's, I understand what you're saying, George, and I really appreciate that. I didn't think about it until Mr. Tidwell told us this. But yes, if for next year's, if you guys do approve this for next year, we don't need that money until whenever Mr. Tidwell says, whether that's January 1st of 2023 or whatever. But it'd be a lot easier if it's easier for his agency to come on board and do that, knowing the money's going to be there for 2 years. We don't need it in our coffers for the first year. Am I clear? Okay.
And that's precisely what I was trying to address.
Okay, I was misunderstood. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's time for them to resubmit a grant for next year if we get this thing rolling this year and get them going this year. Everything's in place, rolling into next year, and they have time to resubmit.
Yes, and it would be just withholding basically that same amount for, so Dalen knows that there's a guarantee that if they submit, we will put the pot of money into Blackfeet stock growers to do this. I'm looking at, you got your pot of money this year, what Joe has requested. But to take a like amount and pull that from our current grant funds to hold in reserve so that Dalen is able to know that those funds are going to be available should Blackfeet stock growers apply again and decide to carry this program for another year. And
Absolutely, that
and
works.
it's just looking into the future to try to make this work out best for wildlife services to allow them to have the certainty.
I got it.
Any further discussion? Further discussion? If not, would someone make a motion to the grant?
I make a motion that we grant the grant to the Blackfeet Nation Stock Growers Association with the caveat of an additional year's funding contingent on their application next year.
That's perfect.
Is there a second?
You can second it, or Elaine or Patty, if they can.
I'll
unmute.
second it.
Okay, Patty seconds it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Sorry to cause confusion within that process. It's just something that came to me actually while we were, because I've held a lot of discussions with Dalen and understanding the time constraints that he's under and trying to make it work best for everybody. So let's see what I have for the next one.
I would like to also add, and you can convey this thought, Joe. We're going to put you under a microscope on this deal because USDA is involved, and this goes out to Craig and Dalen as well. I can't emphasize enough how much under the gun this program is, and that's statewide on the effectiveness. And so we need to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's and make sure that we're getting something done, because that's the bottom line anyway. And so we're going to have those, make sure we get all of that stuff in place and have it available for higher ups.
Doreen?
Yes.
Now that Elaine is on, because she had talked to me about the Wildlife Services request, and we should keep it within that 1 hour on the agenda. We could go back and pick up the
All right.
supply request, because that's also using grant money from Wildlife.
Okay.
Sure. I sent everybody a little bit of a history on our job trailer. And so just for the general public to keep it all clear, and that Elaine Alstad came up with the idea of getting supplies for a loaner program for ranchers to try out something if it works. And it's because of the great expense, such as flattery, and buying something like that and not knowing if it'll work on their ranch or not. So the initial idea was that we would rent a storage shed in Helena and ranchers could come to us for supplies. But the past board, I mean, this goes years ago, decided it would be better to buy a trailer that could be pulled around. And we approached Wildlife Services to see if they could come up with an employee to actually help install these things on a ranch as a loaner basis, which John Stiber did, and they hired Adam Baca. And that's been our ongoing thing. However, I think there's been a little bit of a misunderstanding, and it's rather than loaner, some of these supplies have been left on ranches. The purpose was that if a rancher wanted to keep these supplies, they could apply to the board for a grant and just basically ask if they could keep whatever Adam had installed. And their skin in the game is they need to participate in helping to install it. And so anyway, lot of this stuff, like that Fladry is electrified wire with flags on it. It does wear out, and some of these chargers and that, well, wear out. And if you put, you know, the wire connectors, the connectors on the post for wire or Fladry, that isn't something you're really going to remove. So I asked Dalen for a list of supplies that they need for the trailer. And I don't know if Dalen, if you have anything to add as far as, I know this list was put together on very short timeline. But do you think this is the needed supplies for just a year? I guess is my question. And you know, our board is the one that purchases these supplies, so it's not Wildlife Services going out and that to stock that trailer. So if the board holds out this money for this, we could order and divvy out these supplies.
Got a cool beat to it.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I have an external speaker that joined in with the computer and I still don't have it fixed.
17.
Okay, maybe I got it stopped finally. Sorry about that. I don't know why it would do that in the middle of a meeting. Can everybody hear me?
Good.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my external speaker, I had to kill it. Okay, so anyway, Elaine had some questions on this. And I'm trying to see if she's still on.
This is Patty. I'm going to have to leave for just about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, Patty, thank you. I don't see Elaine, but because
Well, George, this is Doreen. Since we brought it up again now, I think we could extend it for another hour in case Elaine gets back.
Or you can have a motion to approve this block of funding reserved so that we can restock our board's trailer. And doesn't mean you have to spend it, but reserve out of the grant funds, because this is loss prevention funding to restock our trailer in our combined effort with Wildlife Services.
Okay.
I don't know how old that message is, but it says Trina has a question because her hand's been up constantly. Maybe she's not there either. Oh, there she is.
I couldn't understand her.
I couldn't hear her either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, when you're done talking about the trailer, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do I make a motion?
Sure, you can make a motion to approve the block of funding.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve this block of funding. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. This is Joe.
It's been moved and seconded to reserve this block of funding. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, Trina.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so I have two questions. So my first question is your process. So as we're going through this list of 24 grant applications and you're awarding amounts, you just stop when you run out of money? Or how does that work?
You're muffled. I don't understand.
He's asking if we go through these grant applications and suddenly we run out of money because we have grant requests for $360,000 and only $260,000 available. So there is a point where you may want to go back to these, or there may be enough of them denied that we're good at the same rate. I actually need to keep a running tally of the dollars we're looking at. So bear with me, and I will gonna end up running a calculator on the side as we go. We have 30,000 for.
I think we ought to just go ahead and approve them all that we like, that answer our questions, that we feel will be successful. And then if we're over budget, we go back through and we either slash some requests or across the board, or we kill some. I think we need to keep plugging forward, because there's a bunch of these that probably won't pass.
That makes perfect sense, Joe.
I agree. And it is good to keep moving because we do have quite a few of them here.
Absolutely. And I've got night shift tonight there, Trina Joe Bradley. So quick.
I'll be quick. I have one more clarified question.
Absolutely.
So the situation that you just set up for Blackfeet stock growers and wildlife services to be guaranteed this grant amount next year if we decide to apply. Is that an option for every single person that applies for this grant? Like all 24 of these, can they be guaranteed that money for next year as well?
They could, if the board decided to vote that way.
Dave, you're muted.
Didn't ask.
Yeah, the request actually came from Wildlife Services.
Yep.
So that is how that came up. Is that they were having trouble making this work and to keep it going for a 2-year period. So in essence, that was the reason that one was singled out and brought up that way. And it's in order to keep our federal partner, which is our main partner with everything we do, working. The board doesn't necessarily have to adopt that, although they could on any of these grants, grant them for an additional year. And that would come out of the pot of money that's available July 1st. Or the excess money if we do not award it all today. The next grant in the list is Blackfoot Challenge, $20,000. The Blackfoot Challenge is a nonprofit organization that works with livestock producers in the Blackfoot watershed and beyond to prevent livestock depredations of grizzlies or by grizzlies and wolves. Our involvement with livestock producers for this grant application is specific to the carcass removal program and the range rider program. Our carcass removal program runs year-long in the Blackfoot watershed, and we removed nearly 10,000 carcasses since its inception in 2003. This also includes carcass removals outside of the Blackfoot watershed in both Powell and Granite counties during the calving season. The Range Rider program currently includes efforts near 5 of 7 communities in the Blackfoot watershed, including Potomac, Greeno, Ovando, Helmville, and Lincoln. We hire 3 seasonal range riders to assist livestock producers with monitoring predator activity and checking on livestock. Our riders use trail cameras and tracking skills to verify predator activity and communicate that information to the livestock producer when necessary. Our 2021 range rider season covers 549 cattle on 66,907 acres for 4 livestock producers. The second box on the application. Carcass removal program, 11,000. This program helps reduce grizzly bear and wolf activity near livestock by removing carcasses from ranches and grazing leases. Our drivers remove carcasses year-round in the Blackfoot watershed. Our calving season driver has a Blackfoot watershed route and also a route outside the watershed in both Powell and Granite counties. Since the program's inception in 2003, we've picked up nearly 10,000 carcasses. The carcasses removed in the Blackfoot watershed are taken to the Clearwater Junction compost facility. The carcasses removed outside of the Blackfoot watershed are currently taken to the Deer Lodge Powell County landfill. Range Rider Program, 7,000. This program helps producers monitor predator activity and check livestock on grazing leases throughout the Blackfoot watershed. Our seasonal range riders currently work in 5 to 7 communities in the Blackfoot watershed, including Potomac, Greeno, Vandal, Helmville, and Lincoln. The riders communicate with livestock producers regarding predator activity being spotted or detected on trail cameras or by tracking. If dead livestock are found in a timely manner, the rider will notify the producer and wildlife services will determine the cause of death. Blackfoot Challenge administrative fee, 10%. They're asking for 2,000.
I have a question. Now, are these animals that are carcasses, have they been killed by the grizzly, or are they just animals that have just died?
It can be any source, Doreen. What it is to remove that attractant. And so that it does not bring those predators into that area, especially where you're calving at. And this has been proven to be very effective and being used in other areas now as well.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a representative of Blackfoot Challenge?
Jim Stone is on.
Hi, David.
How many of those carcasses are wildlife carcasses?
Nothing within that number George talked about, David. They collect those as well, DOT does, but they compost them in separate areas.
I didn't think they were allowed to compost them at all anymore.
It'd be news to me. They're still doing it here, David, to be honest.
CWD and all of that. That's just what they're whipping on us.
Seth Wilson has told me there has been problems with the wildlife portion of that program.
I just heard that issue, and that was one of their fixes. But at any rate, so you have 3 guys covering all this country.
Correct.
Who are they accountable to?
Eric Graham with the Blackfoot Challenge, David. He's our wildlife coordinator.
How many bear relocation spots have you still got in that valley?
You'd have to talk to Fish and Wildlife Service or FWP about that. I don't know that number, David, but I know there are places. I think most of the ones that I've seen were all on the Forest Service or federal ground.
Is that where these guys are riding? Is on Forest Service? So
most, not very many. There's only one forest permit in the valley, so there might be some BLM in the southern part of the valley, but most of it's private land or state land, excuse me.
Right.
Okay, Doreen Gillespie again. So you actually have people that are relocating grizzly bears in this area?
When you say people, it'd be the Fish and Wildlife Service.
But the people that are on the land are letting it happen.
Like I said, it's all on public land. It's not on private land.
Doreen, I was just looking for my map and I got lost in the battles that have come up. I know there's multiple spots in that area, and I think that most of them are on Forest Service, but there are a few on private property. At least there's people that have signed on with Fish and Game to do it, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service now, which brings up that concern. The other concern is how many people in the Blackfoot area don't allow USDA to work and mitigate predation, and how many people have conservation easements?
Well, you guys probably know, I don't exact number, but there are a lot of conservation easements, guys. And I don't know of a landowner that works within the challenge block that won't allow USDA on their land.
Will they allow them to trap?
So the grizzly bear thing, I don't know how we control that as far as if Fish and Wildlife Service is relocating on federal lands. You know how bears move. They could be on private land that evening for that matter. So they've moved through the valley constantly. So I'm not sure how to solve all that.
Well, you missed that fight. That fight took place a month and a half ago. That's why the Blackfeet don't have a problem with relocated bears anymore, is because we got rid of those spots. And we did. I just gonna say, hell, we didn't get any support from your side of the hill on this issue. There was nobody there. And that's disconcerting. That's concerning.
Very concerning.
I mean, we got rid of the relocation spots on this side of the hill because all they were doing was causing us problems.
Yeah, you're past my point there, but I didn't realize there was an opportunity or that you can remove them.
Well, we got them done under state statute, and that went in front of the Fish and Game Commission a month and a half ago.
As far as removing relocation sites, not bears.
Right.
There's a note from Kayla to everyone. At least for us in the Ruby Valley, we aren't allowed to compost wildlife with the livestock compost site due to brucellosis and CWD contamination.
I knew that.
Yeah. Is there any?
Linda Owens with Madison Valley Ranchlands Group. We funded their site when they started. Separate compost bunkers required for wildlife and livestock carcasses, 35-mile limit for hauling wildlife conversations. And trying to catch up. I don't like the chat box on the side because I can't pay attention to walk, talk, and chew gum. Let's put it that way.
How many claims have we had in this area, George, since this program's been running? I mean, has there been an increase in claims? Obviously, they can't keep them out of Ovando. I don't know who dropped the ball on that one, but anyway, are claims increasing in this area? Are they going down? Does that show an effectiveness of this program? Because I think it's highly suspect. We aren't doing enough over there, or we're not doing the right thing over there.
Well, in the Blackfoot area, primarily in that watershed, that is the #3 area for livestock predation in the state. followed, I mean, only Glacier and Madison County exceed that. And the Blackfoot Challenge did just sign on one ranch that had the largest volume of claims and also have their basically their ranch hands out there constantly with their livestock. And I believe Eric Graham told me they were going to try to do some form of limited range riding towards at dark. And to try to supplement even what they're already doing, because that ranch does quite a bit of loss prevention on their own. And they would be new to the challenge.
So my question to Jim is, what's the protocol when your range rider comes across a bear that is in the proximity of private property and or livestock?
Yeah, so they alert definitely Fish Wildlife Service and FWP plus all the adjacent landowners.
And that's it.
I guess other than they continue to watch that movement of that bear or wolf. I'm not sure what else they're supposed to do with the bear.
Well, they can harass the bear by law now. And that's concerning. I don't have one grant here with anybody asking for money for rubber bullets. You know?
Yeah.
You got to help yourself here a little bit, and I'm fairly critical of funding photo opportunities for people rather than actual prevention. So that's, if I sound cynical, that's why.
Well, I mean, they get harassed plenty as much as people legally can.
Well, you can legally do it. I mean, they opened that door last year, so.
Is that like through House Bill 98? Is that what you're thinking, or?
No, that was through the feds. If you call Hillary, she'll line it out for you.
It's also available on our website, the deterrence guidelines that Hillary has put out, and tells you what you're allowed to do.
This is Doreen again, and I've got a little bit of a concern about this grant. And since we're concerned that we might be running short of money, I don't know, but I wonder if we should maybe put this one aside and go on through the rest. And if we still have some, we could come back and revisit this. Is that an option?
That's your option. It's your call.
I would make the proposal, the grant removal, or I'll start over. The carcass removal program has been ongoing since I first visited that area, and I can't even remember what year it is. I guess 03. I think it's been longer than that, but anyway.
That's about when.
Is that when it started, Jim? I can't even remember.
03 is when it started. I remember you coming to the tour of the site approximately 10 years ago, Dave.
I would say that by now the carcass removal program has proven itself, and if those guys can't buy in to support their program, then I'm not going to. But I will support the range rider program under the same same guidelines that I just approved the Blackfeet range rider program, and that is accountability and a mission statement and what they're doing. And that's the only way I'll approve any part of this grant.
You want to make that as a motion?
I just did.
Or, yeah, okay, motion to approve the range rider portion of this grant?
Yeah.
With those
That doesn't-
stipulations.
That doesn't include the administrative fee. I'm not even going there.
I second it. It has been moved and seconded that we approve the range rider part of this grant. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay. The next grant is another, Kim Johnston helped another Martinell. Let's see. Oh, no, the next one is Brian Quigley Ranch.
Yes.
And the first box is empty. The second box, assistance with livestock guardian dog food, livestock guardian dog food feeder, livestock guardian dog dewormer, and vaccinations. Livestock guardian dog food at $5,760 annual cost. The feeder, $549 to build electrified dog storage to deter grizzly. Livestock guardian dog annual wormer vaccinations at $408.78. Projects located all on private lands.
Is there any discussion?
This is very similar to some of the ones earlier for dog food. And I'm ready to make a motion to accept this.
Do I have a second? I second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. That was quick.
Motion carries.
The next one is the Centennial Valley Association, and they submitted their grant application in 2 pieces, which they have done in the past, and is very helpful to me because our wolf grant money requires a 50% cost match as it's federal, whereas the grizzly is state and a 30% cost share. Get to the boxes. Boy, Dave, you're going to make me read a lot today. For this mini print. The Centennial Valley Association is a landowner-driven nonprofit that strives to preserve traditional ranching as a way of life in the Centennial Valley and to maintain quality open spaces, wildlife habitat, water quality, and wildlife mitigation corridors as exist today for future generations. In 2014, the CVA initiated the Range Rider program in response to increasing presence of large predators. Currently, CVA serves 6 producers and 6,324 cattle across 103,260 acres. The Range Rider program goal is to reduce the number of unconfirmed cattle losses and mitigate conflicts with predators so that humans, livestock, and predators may thrive together in a shared landscape. On-the-ground strategies that support participants in number 1 include human presence on the landscape and in cattle herds to detect and deter predators. Number 2, quickly identifying sick or injured cattle for treatment before becoming attractants to producers. And 3, identifying possible problems on the landscape such as hazardous terrain, toxic plants, or empty water tanks. Range riders also assist in cases of depredation by covering or fencing off carcasses from scavengers, contacting landowners and assisting with other appropriate actions. Box number 2. Wolves have been a constant and increasing presence in the on the landscape since their reintroduction into the region, resulting in increased chance of livestock conflict in the Centennial Valley. Grant funds requested from LLB will be support our Range Rider and Carcass pickup programs, which aim to reduce conflicts with wolves. CVA hires 2 Range Riders and 1 wildlife coordinator Range Rider that actively monitor cattle health, rangeland, and pasture conditions, and predator use of the landscape to reduce human wildlife and livestock wildlife conflicts. Range riders monitor cattle daily via horseback or UTV. Manage an extensive game camera program that monitors predator movements spatially and temporarily, and communicate regularly with participant producers and community members. In 2021, range riders dedicated over 2,000 man hours to livestock monitoring and wildlife tracking, collecting 120 predator locations and reporting more than 130 cattle-related observations to producers. Range riders are also implement and explore conflict mitigation tools such as portable electric fences to protect carcasses from scavenging and hazing of wolves if caught in pastures with cattle. CVA is entering its 6th year with the Carcass Pickup Program partnership with the Big Hole Watershed Committee. Carcasses picked up from participating ranches in the Sage Creek landscape during calving season, from late February through April. The program targets reducing predator attractants on the landscape. Wolves have been known to frequent the areas, and reducing attractants prevents them from coming into calving grounds. Specifically, the money requested will help fund these items to support our program. Wildlife coordinator salary for 1 month, $2,500. Rider salaries for 1.5 months, $6,750. Carcass pickup contract, $2,000. 4 solar game cameras and metal lock boxes, $1,000. Equipment maintenance, $500, $750. Overhead, I'm not sure what overhead is, but $1,500. Total, $15,000. That's the grant request for the wolf side of their program. I'm just going to take a quick look at their grizzly side. They're asking for 10,000 on the grizzly side, but that'll be, I'll read the paragraphs on that soon. So
We just do one at a time, George.
yes, because I need to break out federally funded grants. And so I can use federal money for this 15,000 out of the 75,000 you have total.
Right.
For the public listening, we have 160,000 state funds and 75,000 wolf only in federal funds.
Should I start?
Please do.
Yeah.
Is there somebody here representing Erica? Are you representing them?
Yes, yep.
Okay. So I guess this will be to you. What part of toxic plant and empty water tanks is predation prevention?
Like, how is that related to predation prevention? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Or the breakout of time.
Right, okay, well, for the toxic plant stuff in the last 2 years, we've had 2 occurrences where, 20 to 40 different cattle died and were on the ground. And what we've seen from, was it 4 years ago in the West Fork when, I think there was like 20 cattle or something that died from larkspur. There was that big influx of grizzly bears, and I think a flight, somebody from FWP would have the best number, but I think they saw like 20 grizzly bears in this small area. So it's a prevention tool to keep that kind of concentration of grizzly bears to show up and be in the livestock and cause more issues.
If I thought that worked, I would do it here. We have larkspur issues here, and a range rider isn't going to solve that.
Well, the removal of those carcasses, though, we have not had any conflicts but we just didn't have any conflicts, and at least similar to what they had over there in the West Fork, which is just like a couple miles away.
I understand that, and I'm going to stay consistent on that issue. The carcass removal program has proven itself since '03, and those people should step up and fund that It's no longer experimental, and they should step up and fund that program themselves. I can't fund that as a part of predator
Loss
prevention.
prevention.
Yeah, I just can't see it. Equipment maintenance. You got to learn to iron your own pants, I guess. Wildlife coordinator, we have USDA, US Fish and Wildlife, and FWP. I don't know how many more coordinators we need. If I was to approve this grant, I would approve it for $67.50, which is for the range rider. And I would want a 30-day diary from that range rider telling what preventative things he did within that 30-day so that we can justify that. I do have a problem. I think some of your people will not even allow USDA on the place. They may allow them, but then they are very
vocal
about the work they do, and they do not portray them in a very good light. That doesn't make me very happy.
This is Doreen, and
you can't ask them to pay for your dead stuff and then spit on them on the way out the door. So I'm not very happy with some of the people in that group down there. And if I was to give an okey dokey to this deal, I would offer $67.50 for the range rider program only, and 30-day diary of getting it done on what they're doing to prevent conflicts.
Okay,
They are very good about getting that out, by the way. I'm sorry, Doreen.
Well, this is Doreen. I also have a question because you were talking about Larkspur and that the amount of grizzlies that were there, and you want to remove the carcasses, but yet on your project, is your project to help reduce grizzly bear predation, and you say no. Why is that?
Well, that's a separate app, Doreen. We're on the wolf side.
Yeah, sorry, that was maybe not the most appropriate example for this specific grant, but maybe the other one. Sorry. Also, may I please clarify something just about the wildlife coordinator salary? That is my current position, and I am also a range rider. And that salary, I guess funds me to be able to join in conversations like this and work on, just our range riding program in general throughout the season or throughout the year. So I would just like to clarify that salary. It's not at all similar to, many of the wildlife other, maybe maybe we should change the name. I don't know, but David, I think you're muted if you were just saying something.
Don't see Dave.
Yeah, I'm done with that one. We'll go to the bear thing.
Well, did you make a motion to approve $6,750 on this grant?
That would be my motion, yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, it's been moved and seconded, so motion approved.
Okay. Now we'll go on to the grizzly one. If a lot of the same language is in that, it may be a little redundant.
My question, George, on this one, remind me again, is grizzly bear federal money or is the wolf federal money?
The wolf is federal money and only federal money. The grizzly bear has to come out of state funding.
Right.
And I'm really struggling to keep up with everybody. I got to get it wrote down. So at the end, if we end up short on money and have to revisit this, I need to keep a running tally.
Okay.
6,750 federal.
This is basically the same grant, only the bear side. And I understand why you did that, okay? And that makes sense for us as well. On this one, I would propose the motion for $4,500 for the grant. And that's my motion.
I second it. It has been moved and seconded. Repeat your motion, Dave. I'm getting about half dizzy.
Doreen, I'll repeat.
Go ahead, George.
It was, motion was to approve $4,500 for CVA's Grizzly Bear grant out of the 10,000 they requested.
Okay. Motion approved.
Should ask for a vote before you approve.
Yeah, you
Oh,
should ask.
I thought I did. I thought I did. All
No,
in favor? All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, I guess.
Aye.
I was just being clairvoyant.
okay. Okay, we'll go to the next tab in the book. This one is from Diamond Running Crane. And he provided receipts for the number of cattle he owns. Again, every grant cannot exceed 10% of the livestock covered. For clear reasons of why pay for their whole herd. But anyway, Diamond requested $1,000. And I will use this grant money to purchase a Karelian bear dog pup for a guardian dog to protect my cows and horses. The rest of the boxes are blank. So Diamond is asking for $1,000 to purchase a dog.
Any discussion? Any discussion?
How has he got?
33. So I'll figure.
I would like to add this to that his wife, Mariah, has had Karelian bear dogs for 31 years. The present one she owns is, I believe, 7. And it's just time to get another dog on board for her.
Joe, does he take that dog with him when he does fencing projects where bears are?
He does, especially when he's in an active zone. And they have hazed bears out before with the lethal specialist too. But he's just
I so move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay. The next one in the book is Nathan Brown. First box is empty. And I have actually some concerns as a staff person. It's first thing it says is coyotes. The money will be used for fencing out an area where we raise our pigs and graze our goats. We are doing this to prevent coyotes and potentially mountain lions from getting into our baby animals. We have predation from both of these animals in the past on young stock. The money will be used for fence posts and wire fencing, and we'll be doing the labor to install the fencing. And I should note that in the state law, it says you are to prioritize wolf and grizzly bear losses first.
Go ahead, Dave.
I move to deny.
I second it. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to deny this. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Afraid I can't write quick enough and. Okay, another Kim Johnston one. This time it's for Gordon Martinell. Assistance with the purchase of 3 livestock guardian dogs, livestock guardian dog food, and worm vaccinations. Project is located on private lands. They're asking for $1,721. And I have paid livestock claims for sheep on this ranch. It's a traditional ranch.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
Is Kim there?
I'm here, Dave.
Does he have dogs now?
He does, yes.
And he.
This is what.
Pardon?
Oh, sorry. This is what the application was for, is they ended up purchasing 3 livestock guardian dogs that are at their property now.
Oh, he's already purchased them.
Correct, yes.
Oh, so he's going through puppyhood with the dogs.
Correct,
Are they still alive?
yes.
You guys laugh, but I'm gonna tell you,
Yeah.
you buy 2 pups and it's a management nightmare. Not only for the sheep, but for the dogs. It'll drive you nuts. And one of them usually don't make it. So that's why I just question when he bought 3 dogs. I'm thinking, holy Christ, he's a glutton for punishment, you know. But, if he's already got them, I guess I would move to grant.
Is there any further discussion before I call for a second?
Well, just to clarify one point is 2 of the guardian dogs were younger ones, but then they did place it with 1 older Anatolian. And we're monitoring the dogs with tracking collars just to kind of keep a close eye on, because they do have wolves active in the area.
Yeah.
So he does have older dogs on site.
Just 1 older dog.
Okay,
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
A lot of these in this area, we can use the federal money on. I'm trying to go backwards and grab which ones we can require the 50% cost share on. Okay, the next grant in the application is Carly Johnson's, and she is so graciously offered to read the paragraphs so I don't have to.
Thank you. And thank you guys for your time and energy in considering all these. So we are actively involved in ranching. Both my husband and I ranch full time. We raise some registered Black Angus cattle and commercial cattle. Our request is for $10,889.74. And the money is for a fence surrounding our calving lots, small pair pastures, barn, and feed storage area. It totals out to be about 14 acres. We just selected a 5-foot tall, 2-inch by 4-inch non-climbing woven wire with an electric wire on top. There were a couple reasons for that. We're in a river bottom area with high vegetation and high pressure. So we wanted something that we didn't have to worry about grounding out in the vegetation. It's also because we have small children, and we didn't want children and baby calves tangled up in an electric fence. We retrofitted some of our existing wood slat fence with electric fence. We attached a map if you have any questions about what that looks like, along with some pictures. The rest of the paragraph goes into the other mitigation tools that we use. I would be happy to answer any questions on those if you have them.
Is there any discussion?
I'd like to add something to this. So this sounds very similar to my own personal situation here. And a few years ago, I had Adam come out from Wildlife Service, and I requested that we do the exact same thing as install a top wire on it And Adam at that time pointed out to me that it was unacceptable to use woven wire with electrified top wire. It would, and I saw it personally before we had the top wire. I said, well, let's raise it up a little bit, put a hot wire on top and a hot wire on the bottom, because I've seen the bears would hit my woven wire and crawl underneath it, squirt underneath it, and or they would dig underneath it to get to the calving pen. And anyways, but Adam pointed out to me that it was not acceptable because an animal theoretically could get caught in the woven wire, and because we're going to be running high voltage 10,000 volt pulses through the hot wires, that we could electrocute an animal while it was hooked up, whether it would be a deer, or coyote, or bear, or calf, but that Wildlife Service could not be responsible for installing a practice like that. And so I just share that with the rest of the board. I think we need to ask the experts from Wildlife Service is this an acceptable type of fence. If not, I would move that we not put ourselves in that liability. Craig, you want to speak up?
And the board's not liable.
Could I clarify one thing? The woven wire is 2-inch by 4-inch woven wire, not the traditional 4-inch by 4-inch woven wire, in hopes of, preventing some of that.
I think I had 2 by 2 in some of the areas too, Carly, and I did see bears personally, would see them run and squirt underneath it when it looked like it was very, very tight. So
I would like to make this suggestion, and Carly, I can feel for your problem there, and I know there's got to be a solution. There are electric fences that work and work very well. The beekeepers have proven it. Joe Kipp has proven it. I would ask you to put this on hold, and I'm not saying I won't fund it. I'll help you out, but we got to get the right kind of fence in there. Okay. Otherwise, we're putting it up. It's not going to solve your problem, and it's going to cost us all a lot of money. Maintenance on electric fence is terrible at best. So we want to put the right fence up there. And if you could get Diamond with USDA to come down, and you're in Shoto, so you could even get Skippy Sims from USDA and let them look it over and say, this is what I would do, and I'd be more than happy to help you out. But I don't want you to put this in there knowing that traditionally it hasn't worked very well. So let's figure out what you need to put in there and then do it that way. If I don't want to offend you on this problem, because I understand, but let's only do it once.
So Dave, are you suggesting that we hold this money for Carly until she can get her fence legal, or however that's supposed to be? I'm not really familiar with doing that, but
It's not legal. Wildlife Service guidance.
Yeah.
I think that they just need to look into it. So let's just set this aside for right now, and I'll let you do a little more research and get with some of these other people and figure it out. Is that anywhere as close to what we should do? You got to tell me, Joe.
Yeah, what I would recommend, Carly, and I don't want to just flat deny this, I ended up having, and I followed Wildlife Services recommendations. We tore down a very good substantial fence, put in 5 wires, 3 hot, 2 grounds, 10,000 volts. It's in my calving lot, and I got little grandkids and I got dogs and the whole bit. But anyway, it's worked. We had a grizzly 2 mornings ago at 4 o'clock in the morning, 50 feet away from the fence, trying to get in. The Karelian bear dogs were pushing them out, keeping them away, and they know how to negotiate the fence. The bear dogs do. But I could have been happier. And yes, it is a lot more maintenance, especially with vegetation. But we also bought a big riding lawnmower to cut the grass underneath the fence with. And in the wintertime, when you get your snowbanks built up, you can actually have a quick disconnect on the bottom hot wire. So you don't have to worry about it. You can still use it. The only thing I'm going to tell you is it's really a pain in the ass when you're trying to gather calves to brand or whatever in that, because they're going to hit it all at once. You're going to have a mess. You better put some paneling up if that's what it's for. But I'm very, very happy with it. We haven't electrocuted any animals. And I'm just asking that we take a little bit more time and get somebody up, some experts advice on what they recommend. And if they recommend with your program, if Adam or somebody will sign off on it, those are the men that I listen to. And I'll gladly approve it the way it is if they sign off on it. Yeah.
So if we're saying that, what I'm hearing is that you want to approve it as long as they sign off on the fence. So do we hold that money for her then, so that when she gets
that?
Okay. Could I get a motion in that?
Go ahead,
for
Dave.
that?
You're great motions.
I move that we table this motion, or table this grant until further studies can be done.
And
You
then,
want the money held out too, though, Dave,
yeah,
and to hold the money for Carly
Yeah.
once they approve it.
Hang on to it right now, yeah.
okay. And I see that Joe seconded it, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so that one is semi-approved with caveats that they have to have approval first from Wildlife Services. Just so
I learned
every,
I learned something here today. I didn't realize that some fences were not legal. I mean, as far as electric. So that was very interesting. I'm glad that that came to my attention.
in 2019, Casey Knudsen, a legislator, ran a bill through and changed the definition of a legal fence to include electric fencing. And those laws are under the Department of Livestock and describe what a legal electric fence is. That doesn't, electric fence by itself, it has to meet those requirements in order to be legal. Okay, James Running Fisher. $90,000. The purpose of applying for this grant is to assist the ranch in getting some control on loss of livestock. I would use this grant to buy protective dogs, dog food, kennels, range riders, motion lights, alarms, and build a better calving pen and holding pen. Number one, the Karelian Bear Dog comes from a phenomenal breeding program, which has been used to protect against bears and mountain lions. They have excellent natural instincts to bond with the families, extreme loyal and loving family dog. Studies have shown they are amazing dogs that will work well in our climate, with our livestock, and with predators that we have. And of course, they will become a family dog. The dog would cost $1,500 times 2 for $3,000. Large outside kennel with shelter, $1,650. It's a 4x8 backyard, large full. Rough land, single kennels at two of them at $398. Dog collar and leash for training, 2 at $75. I'm not sure. Mr. Running Fisher, you may need to come online because those figures don't add up to 90,000. So just
okay.
for clarification
I just
purposes.
need to. Okay, let me just kind of clarify that. When I had sent it the application, she sent the one that wasn't completed because my computer crashed. So Jimmy can explain things to you and give you the rest of it that was attached but not there.
Okay, thank you, guys. When we first heard about this grant, I assumed that, my wife assumed that there's probably 1,100 cows on our place. And when they said you apply for 10%, we thought we had to be up to the $100,000, and that was close as we get. And on our application, we did not go in depth. I did not know this. This is very new to me, and just from hearing the past 6 or 7 applicants that you guys just applied, that you guys just reviewed, I didn't realize that there was so much to this. But one of the things that one of the bigger expense was, and Joe Kipp just kind of answered that question here a minute ago, that we thought about putting woven wire and on our calving pen and electric fence on top and bottom. And I will leave it at that, but we didn't, basically, I didn't know that I had to get into depth, or we would have, but I'm 60 years old and I've been on that place my whole life. And we've had nothing but grizzly bear problems. And if you guys look at it in the past, every year now, they are coming. Last year, they got the calves, the cows, and they got my grandkids' pigs. Where I'm at my son's place, a half a mile from the calving area. But like I said, I mean, we've had grizzly bear problems forever, and we get hold of the game wardens every year. Last year, the bear guy was down there. They set up traps, and they cannot even trap them. And he said, Jimmy, I don't know what to tell you, because with my area, we have it's a real big problem. I mean, for years, you guys go back and see that I've applied for where the grizzly bears are killing our calves, our cows. And I've seen wolves on our place, and but the wolves don't bother nothing. They usually come, if somebody sees them, we chase them away on 4-wheelers or whatever. But the grizzly bears, they're a problem. And last year, the sightings right on our place, we had 9 grizzly bears right on our place. And from what we know, the grizzly bears killed 8 calves, 2 cows, and they actually paid us for 2. And one of the, I know it was mentioned earlier, some of the preventive things is, one of the things is we actually parked a grizzly bear, a 4-wheeler at the end of the pen, the calving pen, and we let it run all night. And then another thing is we parked a 4-wheeler down there, and we put a radio on it and let the radio run all night until the batteries run out. And there's four men on my place, me and 2 boys. I have 2 sons, and we have a hired man. And we were actually going down there checking about every 2 to 3 hours, I would say. And one night last year, just to mention that, I went down there and I parked in a pickup. And I will be honest that we carry guns. We carry big guns. We all carry pistols, 357, 44s, and then where we calve the cows, there's a lot of brush. But one of the preventive things is we actually moved the cows to the west end of it, and we fed them there at night, and that's what we do. And you guys might think, well, that's a lot of cows. And last year what we done, and this year also, because it's such an open winter, we actually moved 200 of the mother cows 2 miles away to another place, just so we don't have so many cows in one area. And then we moved the heifers that don't start calving for another 2 weeks, like 3 miles away, just so we don't have so many cows, 1,000 cows in one calving area. There's about 700 right now in this one area with the brush. And we're trying to do things to prevent it, to help or do what we can. But like I said, I had you might say the chief bear man, Glenn Hall, on the Blackfeet reservation for the game wardens. And he came down there last year. They set the traps, and he said, Jimmy, his exact words, Jimmy, I don't know what to tell you. We set these traps and we just can't trap them. And they measured the feet. They see where one grizzly bear, they measured it across, and he said it was 8 inches across. And he said, I've never seen a foot that big. But like I said, they set the traps there. They left them for a week and a half, and nothing got killed. And then they pull the trap, and that same night, a bear comes back and kills a red calf. And I called Glenn the next day, and he come back and they verified it was it was a grizzly bear kill. And like I said, that we figured they killed 8 calves last year, and they actually paid us for 2, but they killed my 2 out of the 3 pigs of my grandkids, and they actually paid for the 2 pigs. And the pig pen at my boy's house, we put the hog, they call them hog panels. I think they're 5.5 feet tall. My boy had them there, and he had a rail across the top of it, and they go into probably a 8 by 16 foot barn, and the bears actually leaped over that. My boy pulled up there one night, and this was in June, after a cookout, and they went there that evening to feed the pigs, and 3 of the grizzly bears, 2 of them ran out of the pen, and my boy went to check on the 3rd one, and the 3rd grizzly bear came out of there, and they just leaped right over that fence. And so we actually, they killed the 2 pigs. There was 1 alive, so they put a real strong, high voltage electric fence, and the bears never did come back to get the 3rd pig. But the bottom line here is, like I said, I've been on that place all my life, and it is getting worse, you know, and now we're just starting to calve. I think as of today, we have probably 50 calves, and we're just, it's constantly watching. And like I said, there's 4 of us, and in my applying for this, I applied for cameras, motion lights, electric fence, and because like I said, this grant is new to me, and I didn't really go into depth, but I'm hearing, talking to a lady north of Browning, Joe Kipp's wife, Kathy, a good friend of ours, that the dogs do work. And when she told my wife about this grant and about the dogs, we thought we would try it. But like I said, again, I did not go into depth because it's new to me. I didn't know that. It's new to us. We didn't give some exact figures, but I mean, there could definitely be some adjustments, but.
The most that you can get for a grant is 10% of the value. Basically figure $1,000 for each head of livestock. So at 1,100, you're eligible for up to 10,000.
Up to 10,000.
Yeah. And
okay.
So then the $90,000 figure, we can't do.
Yeah, and see, I figured the 10% at 1,000 a cow is 100,000. That's the way we done it. I figured it wrong.
Yeah, well, you got the 100,000, but then you go on 10% of that figure.
Oh, okay. Well, see, we misunderstood that. But like I said, you know, this was new to us, and I guess if you guys want to look at it, review it, and I mean, anything would help, you know, but like I said, I mean, there was 9 bears on our place last year, and at the end of May, I told my wife, and I have my 2 grandsons, 4 and 3 years old. I said, let's jump in the pickup and go check the pairs. And one of the things is when the cows calve, we actually move them off of there 2 days. We let them stay down in the brush for 2 days. Then we move them plumb away from there. Because what I found is over the years is the bears are not bothering the cows so much. It's the new calves what they're wanting. And so actually by one of the progressive.
Mr. Running Fisher?
Yes.
I can hear your pain, but I think we need to move on a little bit because we've got a lot of these to go through yet. So
okay, yes, all right.
Fencing and the light.
Go ahead, Joe.
Maureen, may I make a comment, please?
Yes.
So everything that Mr. Running Fisher said is true.
Yeah.
We do know he's in a very high area of predation, and he's doing a lot for it. I still make a motion and we approve $3,000 for him to buy a couple dogs. And if we have, and maybe with the understanding, if we have a little money left after we're all done, that we do entertain maybe a calving lot facility, fencing for that. But I will tell you this, Mr. Running Fisher, you can either work with Wildlife Service, Diamond Running Fisher, and you pay him 50%, or if you go this route, you can't use this money as your 50% with him. You have to do the work yourself or hire it out. But anyway, I make that motion now, $3,000 for 2 dogs. And
Okay.
entertain the idea if we have money left to help with electric fence.
Okay, I second that. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And Elaine had sent a message that she was actually opposed to the kennel portion of that grant. Just so you guys are, I wanted to throw her vote in there as far as
Okay.
what's going on.
And one against.
Yeah, well, no, just for
Well,
the
no.
kennel part, but we approve just for the 2 dogs at this
Just for
time.
just for the 2 dogs, but I wanted
Yeah.
to make sure that you guys were aware of Elaine's comment. Okay, the next one is Grizzly Creek Ranch. If application is awarded, we would continue our efforts by replacing existing barbed wire with smooth wire electric fence, thereby increasing our livestock safety zone by several hundred acres. Grant monies would only be used for materials to include treated posts and T-posts, insulators and staples, wire, hand tools, and miscellaneous supplies. And as far under the second box, it says property owner's personal funding. I need to go back. This is for $15,000. This particular ranch doesn't own any cows, but when I contacted them about the supplement, I did get a supplement saying that they lease their pasture out to a ranch, family ranch out of Sheridan, Montana. And that's 190 pairs.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Dave's got his hand up.
Okay.
Is there a representative of that ranch here today?
Yes, I'm Dan Tompkins, manager of Grizzly Creek Ranch.
Okay, is that Grizzly Creek Ranch owned out of state?
It is. The owner is a California resident.
Is there a conservation easement on that ranch?
One of the 3 sections that we manage, yes.
Is your primary business ranching, or is it duding and summer homes?
Probably I could answer that a combination of thereof. The owner of the property spends about 2 months of summer up here. We do open the ranch to the overnight accommodations as guest rentals, and then run cattle on the landscape.
And those cattle are somebody else's, they pay you for the grass?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not going to award this grant.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
that a
not
motion
going, not going to either.
Doreen, did you take
yeah.
Dave's as a motion and yours as a second?
Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, this one failed.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to write down who makes the motions. My phone recorder isn't the best to keep up this. Next one is Kelly Ingalls. Kelly was on, but he lost his phone connection.
I've got
And,
Kathleen Kip.
Oh, I missed one. I skipped one. Sorry, Kathleen Kip. Joe, this is another one to recuse yourself on.
Yep, I recuse myself from voting on this. I will answer questions. And I'd like to make a few, but the main thing is she went to do this online earlier, and that's when she reported to George there were some problems with the Livestock Loss Board website. It wasn't working, so she did it by hand. It's incomplete in some manners. There are some mistakes here, so she's actually requesting $1,000, not $1,300.
Okay.
And she's requesting to buy one dog, and her match is gonna be the 150 in vet visits, 150 in dog food, and the little son of a gun's gonna eat a lot more than that. But anyway, Kathy also has had her own Carillion bear dog for 34 years, but in the summer of 2021, her old dog we had to put down. He was 16 years of age. So she is without a bear dog now. And that's what she's requesting. And one other correction is, it says she only owns 160 cows. I think there's a little bit more than that, but that doesn't really matter. And I will tell you that she has been sleeping with a board member to get a better deal. So do your best, man.
I move that we grant this request before we hear any more.
Okay, Dave's motion to approve. Patty or Doreen?
I second it.
Elaine's able to somewhat connect to the side, but.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And that's for $1,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Where I wish I had a second person as a bookkeeper to keep track of this as I go. The next one is Kelly Ingalls. He runs sheep over in the mountains southeast of town, or south and west of Townsend. It's
Is this not in order, Joe? Because the next one I've got is Round Grove Ranch Company.
That is Round Grove Ranch's Kelly
Oh,
Ingalls.
okay.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. That's all right.
The money will be used to replace 2 aging guard dogs, 12 years and 10 years. Money will be spent for dog food and vet expenses, neutering, vaccinations for 2 new dogs. We would also like to apply for assistance to pay for dog food for the 7 guard dogs we already have, and 7-way vaccinations and required rabies vaccinations for 2 dogs this year. Our concerns continue protecting the sheep from predation from wolves and grizzly bears. Grizzly bear sightings have been made in the Big Belt Mountains, where the sheep summer range is. Wolf sightings have been made on all parts of our ranch, and we graze our sheep in Broadwater, Marr, and Lewis and Clark in Jefferson counties. We have 2 bands of sheep with sheep herders. The sheep are grazed on private land, U.S. Forest Service, BLM, and Montana state leases. And he's asking for $5,669. And it says he has 1,563 head of livestock, ewes, and lambs. And we haven't paid claims recently in that area, but there has been known wolves in that area for over a decade.
Is there any discussion?
Well, he has a breakdown on the 3rd page of the grant as far as the different costs for everything that he's asking for. He's also asking for sheep herders' time at $17 an hour, and for a half hour per day, 365 days times 2 sheep herders. And that's how he comes up with the figures. As far as the match, and that goes on this.
So he has some innovative math, but I think I looked it over. It's very, very good. His request is very much in line with dog food, and he's replacing old dogs. So if any other discussion, go ahead, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
And I'm ready to second that motion, and I'd like to say this for the benefit of the people that are listening to all of this. If you want to know how to run a range rider program, you need to find an individual like Kelly, who is the most passive individual I know. But the way they run sheep, they are in line for the highest depredations you've ever seen in your life. And because they have herders, because they have dogs, because they have people with them 24/7s, they don't have those depredations. And I think some notes should be taken on that system. Anyway, I move for passage. If it's been seconded, fine.
You seconded it, Dave. Joe made the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, now we go to the blue book that you board members have. Christy Sinclair, cut bank, $2,500. Electric fencing and wire, fence posts, electric fence insulators, electric fence charger. This is for 7 acres. 7 horses. I believe she told me it was on around 5 acres of ground. And that's all I know on this one. And I don't know, I didn't see Christy sign in. I don't know if she's available.
My question is this a border fence? Is this a boundary fence?
Well, it pretty much would have to be on that small of an acreage.
So I don't think we're obligated to fence a boundary for someone.
Oh,
I would be willing to co-op the proper electric type fence. But someone needs to get a handle on what costs what.
Elaine has put in the chat box, no on Sinclair. I mean, a motion to deny.
And,
Second it.
okay, it has been, is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? It has been moved and seconded to deny this. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion denied.
Okay. The next one is Karen Kunkel. Expected the deadline to be 5 p.m. on the 31st. And his application actually came in at 9:35 that night. And they submitted paperwork for ranches that are participating or wish to participate with him. And then I've received messages from those ranches withdrawing from participating with him. Kind of a complicated application because the paperwork came in and out so many times that you ended up with a very thick application. I know Ty Smucker, I don't know if he's on right now, said that, well, according to Mr. Kunkel, he was unavailable. But Ty would talk for him. I don't know if Ty's on, if he's going to talk for him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? This is Trina. I am actually going to talk for Kyron. And Ty can chime in if he wants to. So to clarify the messy application, I just want to let you know this started out as an application from Kyron for a range rider on the front for 4 different producers that are west of Dupuyr, where there's a lot of grizzly bears and a lot of wolves. What happened is a lot of stuff. To make a long story short, people are not happy with Kyron Kunkel, myself included. But these people need a range rider up here. So what I did is I told them, I will help you guys with this process. And that's how the pulling out and coming back in went, because they didn't want to be involved. And then I said, wait a second, I am involved now, and I am going to make sure that this process is good for you and that you're not going to get screwed over, and we're going to make sure this goes forward. So now this is no longer a Chiron project. This is a Trina and Ty Smucker project. The money would not have to go to Chiron. I've discussed with the producers that we can do a contract for a range rider through one of the ranches, and then the money would just go to whomever is going to write that check, and we could skip Chiron altogether. Or you could go ahead and do the original application. But since it has been refigured, and now I have all the landowners back on board because they trust Ty and myself because they know us. So now we can establish this range riding program on the front, hopefully. And again, just like the Blackfeet range rider, I want to expand the program in the future, if at all possible, down the front, where you all know that it is seriously needed. So hit me with questions.
This is Doreen Gillespie. We have to have rules and regulations, and if we allow someone to be late and people are pulling in and pulling out, this could make it a big mess for us. So my advice, and this is going to be my motion, is let's wait until next year and have these ranchers reapply, because if we start letting people be in late and then having people pulling in and pulling out, and George can only handle so much, and so can the board. And I would like to see them do it the right way, and then we could certainly consider it for them next time. So I would say deny this time.
And Joe Kip had his hand up.
Okay, Joe? You seconded it?
I did.
Oh, okay.
So Dave seconded, but I didn't know if Joe had his hand up, so I didn't know if there was any discussion from Joe.
You put both of his hands up, so evidently not.
Okay.
Well, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion, I should say, just in case? Well, it has been moved and seconded that this bill will fail, but we'll certainly keep all these people in consideration next year. So, okay, the motion fails.
I would like to add something. I'm not a board member, but I know that a lot of the emphasis has been that there is a desire for the ranchers to apply directly. And so that may be helpful. And it sounded like Trina, working with one of the ranches, may have figured a workaround on that may work for in the future. So I just wanted to tell Trina thank you, because we're looking at, I mean, it's a possible workaround to make this in line with the board's wishes of the ranchers applying directly.
Yeah, I appreciate all Trina's hard work. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to excuse myself for just a moment. I'll be back in just a second.
Let's take a 5-minute break. And Elaine
Is it-
Alstead also voted no on the Kunkel.
You want to call for the vote first?
Oh, that would be good.
Okay, I thought I did. I thought I did. And okay, I thought you, yeah, I said all in favor, and I said same sign. So I did call for the vote, Dave.
Oh, did I? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I want to make a comment during intermission here.
Yep.
So I do understand, it sounds like the ranches have gone through a reorganization and all that. And I do know that we need to have an application in hand from whoever's in charge of that funding. I guess what I'm going to say is I really hate to leave the producers out there hanging. It was not of their doing, but they were involved with whatever cluster mess they had earlier. Trina, are you still on board? You listening? I would recommend that you and Ty, who do you work for? Ty Smucker.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm
Who
here.
do you work for?
Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
I would recommend you two guys go ahead and fill out an application. Get your signatures, even though it's late. If I'm gonna throw this out. I would entertain hearing this again before next year. If you guys
Well-
could get your paperwork fast enough. And we got money left.
Well, we're gonna have, Joe, this George, another
Mhm.
100,000 starting July 1st. And so the board may want to hold a summer grant meeting and issue that money out. It can be used for up to a year after it's issued. But we can have a second grant meeting this year that would allow them to get everything pulled together. And it's better for the people trying to do a project to know they have the money coming up front. So we could hold a meeting after July for even the following year, or the money for the remainder of this year. But I know Doreen's gone, but that's a possibility
I'm
too.
back now. I'm back
Oh,
now.
Well,
But-
that would work as far as, like in the case with Trina working with these ranchers, to allow her to maybe get something going later this year. Things how you had problems with all the ins and outs, because it sounds like Trina's working on getting it fixed.
Yeah,
It'd allow Trina to be able to get a grant this year.
I wouldn't be opposed to holding a meeting and in the summer and allowing them then to be able to get this income, this grant.
So does that include everyone? I mean, in Karen's grant, there were, I don't even know how many producers because I didn't write it. So Ty knows that. I only know about the producers that I was working with last year. But there are other people named in that grant that either need a range rider, correct me if I'm wrong, Ty, or they already have range riders and just need continued funding for those. So there's a lot of people that need this. I mean, this is really frustrating.
Well, he's got one from, well, Sun River Horse and Cattle. Apex, I think, is the one that went in and out.
That's Kirby Swanson and Apex Ranch. Yeah,
Kirby Swanson has already stepped out of it.
he's back.
Oh, he's back.
I already talked to him. That's what the issue is. That's what we're trying to explain to you guys. Go ahead, Tom.
I would point out that Kirby Swanson pulled out because he got a phone call from a livestock loss board member that convinced him to pull out. And I've seen a lot of proposals being edited as we go here, and other proposals that didn't follow the exact rules that happened, and they were fine. Got reworked, went from $90,000 to $10,000.
That's normal.
Yep, it is normal. All of it's normal. There's nothing stipulated that the proposals had to be in by 5 p.m. on the due date.
Well,
Pretty
you wouldn't
normal
think
for
that
midnight. Yep.
No, it's normal for close of business. It is not.
If
normal
you
for
if you
midnight.
say that, in if you apply for jobs, it's normal. Midnight's the normal.
I
Yep.
don't, we're not the bad guys here. And you're acting like you're kind of really angry at us.
I'm not really angry at you guys. I've been involved in this process for the last decade, and I've seen how it goes. And for the most part, it's been a really rewarding thing to be a part of. And seeing all the projects that happen around the state that are very good projects that need funding. So that's been really great. And I've been asked about, are these areas where these proposals are being put in, have they had chronic conflicts with wolves and bears and all that stuff? And I've been able to give feedback on that. This is a very chronic area. We actually did a publication a few years ago about where the worst areas of livestock depredations are in the state. And that affected, contributed to this is a really good area to focus on depredations and whatnot. So.
And as a livestock loss board, we're very aware of that too. And not to be interrupting you, but we still have quite a few grants to go through, and it's
Yeah,
4
that's fine.
o'clock. And so I think we should keep moving along, but thank you for your.
Go for it. No, I appreciate all you guys' time. So.
Well.
Okay.
Doreen, this is
Yes.
something I want to address because this is what became so problematic with these grant applications is the filing in of all these supplements after the fact, and not just Mr. Kunkel's, but quite a few of the others. I think for future grant deadlines, that it should be that all of the documents have to be submitted by that deadline and not filing in the late documents. I did, and for everybody's knowledge, I did forward all of the late documents to the board, and so they received them through an email. And so everything is being considered, but it became very problematic trying to, I termed it herding cats, of trying to keep all the different supplements and the different apps together. So I believe I would appreciate if the board, if they, for the deadline, would say that it is all of the documents are submitted on time, rather than these funneling in of documents on a late basis. So,
I guess if folks don't mind, I would like to thank George for doing that, because I know just from the few proposals I've been involved with, it's a lot of paperwork and people. And then with this new supplement that came in, that was developed in the fall, that was created some more challenges for people. And again, I think people had, it was interesting for people to try and figure that out, you know. And so, yeah, you kind of made a lot more work for yourself, but hopefully it's kind of achieving the goal. I appreciate the effort to kind of get more money on the ground, you know, actually getting prevention done. So, yeah. But anyway, I'll let you guys get back to it. Thank you.
And Doreen, before we move on, we've got some actually negative comments to the board. And it says, well said, Ty. This is going to hit the political shit fan, and it should not be, and then normal all in caps. And I do not see the LL board doing their appointed job. And then Elaine says, offer a May date or a June date for a second round of grant applications so that we can kind of work around the problems we had, like with Mr. Kunkel's app. So that's the, I don't know if you guys have been reading the comments, but I thought they were worthwhile reading, so you guys are aware.
Well, thank you, George. When you're doing this kind of work, you know, you're going to get the positive and the negative. It happens everywhere. Okay.
The next one, Dave has to recuse himself. $800 from Lenore McEwen. And money is to be used to buy a guard dog for protecting my sheep from grizzly bears on my private property. And then they have, second box is a breakout of Mountain View Co-op for the dog food. Sam's where they buy dog food. Anyway, they listed out the dog food purchases and for purchase of a guard dog. So $800 is the request.
I make the motion that we approve Lenore's request for $800.
Do I hear a second? Is there any discussion?
I didn't
Well,
catch who seconded it. I'm sorry.
Did someone second it?
I
Well,
haven't seen it second on it.
I'll second it.
Okay, Doreen second.
Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded, so this motion passes.
Okay. The next one is Montana Sheep Company. And this one's a super tiny print, so I'm going to try to turn to the window sec. Well, actually, let me go get some reading glasses. It's too small for me. I had to get my office door shut so the dogs didn't come in and start barking. Okay, we are requesting funds for 2 items. Dog or food and veterinary care for 3 livestock guardian dogs. We have 3 livestock guardian dogs neutered, 5-year-old male, intact 2-year-old male, intact 3-year-old female. We produce 1 litter of LGDs in the spring per year. Last year, 10 puppies were placed on all with working ranches. We have excellent reports as they're bonding with sheep and fulfilling their duties as livestock guardian dogs. We have chosen to produce just 1 litter per year so as to provide buyers with dogs that are truly bonded to sheep, dogs that act appropriately with human handlers and are safe around children and public. Our dogs are located at home guarding our personal sheep and used south of Utica, Montana, along the middle fork of the Judith River. On the Arnott Ranch for our summer leases to guard animals and grazing partner sheep, Susan and RT Snyder. The dogs and sheep are all on private ground. The daily cost of feeding 3 dogs is $7.61 per day. The annual cost is $2,777. Annual cost of vaccinations and deworming 3 dogs is $180. So the total request for this portion of the grant is $2,957.65. Part B is building a new kennel for large dog breeding and whelping. After producing litter of large guard dogs, it has become apparent our current facilities are lacking for the best possible care of mother and puppies. We do not have proper whelping facility or outside run areas to house young dogs before they are located or bonded to pastured sheep. Having approximately 13 dogs running loose is not an ideal situation. It is chaos. So we are requesting funding for concrete and chain link fence. We already have an insulated building with power and water running to it. This building will be remodeled to allow for outdoor kennel facility. We have received an estimate from Marvin Gonzalez of Elite Concrete in Great Falls, Montana, of $6,000 for concrete work. We've also received an estimate for Montana Fence of Great Falls for the chain link fencing is $5,552. The total cost is concrete and chain link, $11,552.72. We're aware of the total cost of these 2 line items, $14,510, exceeds the cost request of $12,000. We expect to have additional costs in relation to this project, including a shade roof over the kennels and interior dog crates. The grant application directions state the cost of the grant cannot exceed 10% of the value of livestock. For this project, we rated the value of our sheep at $300 per head. So 428 sheep times 300 equals 128,400. 10% of this valuation is 12,840. We believe this is a conservative valuation of our sheep, as well as our sheep are enrolled in the National Sheep Improvement Program and registered targets. We sell rams and ewes at the Montana Ram and Ewe Sale as well. In the review of this application, the committee determines a different valuation for our sheep. We will certainly abide by it. We will be grateful for any funding received. We know the needs of fellow producers are tremendous and just as valid. We're extremely thankful for the opportunity to apply. And then the next box is in the fall of 2014. People are trying to call me. In the fall of 2014, we lost 14 sheep to either grizzly bears or wolves at our home place. We worked with USDA Wildlife Service APHIS trapper Mike Hogan to deal with predators. None were ever caught or euthanized. We acquired our first LGD that fall. In August 2020, we lost 2 ewes and 4 lambs to mountain lion on Judith River south of Utica. In May 2021, we had a grizzly bear approximately 51 head of rams at our home place. Our LGDs defended the sheep and the bear moved on. There were both eyewitness sightings and video to confirm the presence of the bear. No sheep were lost at this time, but without dogs, we are convinced we would have sustained losses. Okay. And we can thank Dave for making me read all this.
All right, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Someone make a motion to approve or fail this?
No, Elaine says, I vote no, because of the match in value of sheep seems high or maybe reduced. It is a breeding business instead of livestock protection.
So is she making a motion that we vote, that we don't pass this?
Well, we're getting it through the chat box. And I don't see a follow message to know if it's a motion. So
Okay.
it may be best if another board member made a motion one way or the other.
Can I have a motion from someone?
And most of this was livestock breeding dogs. Well, not getting a motion either way, Doreen. And no signs of one. I'm not.
It fails, doesn't it?
Yeah, fails for lack of a motion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on.
Yep. Oh, Linda says I have a hand raised. I don't know whose hand's raised.
Oh, I raised my hand for a bit, but I'm good.
Oh, Elaine typed in motion to reject, to deny.
Do I have a second?
Well, I think Tracy's on and she's got her hand up. Let please. I guess she needs to unmute her mic so she can speak.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. So I know that this is coming at the funding a little bit differently. And yes, in a sense, it is a business, but 1 litter a year it really isn't that much income for us. I think last year, after expenses, I made about $3,500. Would call to your attention recently, what used to be Marv Dunster's place in Billings was shut down for animal cruelty charges. I think it might be worth, even if you reject this application, the Livestock Loss Board's time to invest some money into people who are being responsible and doing a good job of raising livestock guardian dogs. Not one of these dogs was raised as a pet. 5 of them went to really high risk areas. One lady's ram was killed by a bear down at Red Lodge. 2 went to Helly's in Dillon. I think, we are working very hard to make sure that these dogs are really truly what they are supposed to be. And so I would just ask you to consider supporting the people that are raising the dogs that are making a difference. And so that's my thought on that.
Doreen,
Go ahead, George.
I'm not sure under the way the law's reads, because it says protection of livestock, how that would fit in. So that might be actually a legal question to ask a state attorney if we can fund something like this, because it's indirectly protecting livestock by selling these guard dogs to producers. But I don't know that the law gives you the wiggle room to fund something like this. I mean, we've got a motion to deny in a second, but it's just a comment I had is I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if the law would allow us to do this.
Then I think that we've got a motion and a second, and I'll call for a vote and see. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. It fails. This is something we could look into. We could visit with someone and see if we would be able to support something like this, but I think it's better probably to let this die right now because we're not sure if we have the ability to do this.
Okay.
That is correct on my point. I'm not sure by law that I legally could vote for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's the way I looked at the law is that we couldn't, but I didn't want to interject my opinion into you guys' decision. So that's why I wanted to wait till afterwards.
So could you fund at least some support for the dog food or not? Or are you just going to
If they're
reject?
actively, excuse me, can I interject?
Yeah.
If they're actively protecting livestock, yes, dog food, normal vet care, not breeding vet care, but normal vet care, I would entertain that.
Thank you.
And of course your Warburton stuff. So if you have that number now,
It's right. It's the part A of the grant.
I can't read it. It's too small.
Yeah, that's why I had to go get glasses.
It's $2,957.65.
And your dogs are out protecting livestock?
Of course, yes. Yes, absolutely.
And the
All right,
focus has to be grizzlies and wolves, which you fall into. The Utica, not so much, but grizzlies have been found out that direction.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, they have.
So there's grizzlies in the areas that they're raising their sheep.
Okay, this is Joe. I so make a motion that we approve $2,957.65 for the Montana Sheep Company for dog food and dog care.
Now, don't we have to undo the last one that we did, or is it okay to just make a motion over the top of it?
I never had this happen in my 20 years.
Neither have I. But I'm thinking since
I
it
do
was
not
denied.
know. Well, I guess the motion to revisit this and then the motion to approve the $2,957 would probably be appropriate.
Yeah, we could revisit this because I've never had this happen before either, and I'm not, Robert's rules is okay, but I'm not sure how you go about undoing what was already done. So we'll probably just have to table this for the moment.
Well, it's not really a table. You can make a motion to revisit a prior motion. And so we could take Joe's motion to revisit that grant application. And I didn't catch who seconded the motion to approve the $2,957 57.
No second was collected yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, I second it just so we can revisit it.
Okay, motion on the table is to approve $2,957 of the Montana Sheep Company grant, seconded by Doreen, and then call for a vote.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, the next one is New Miami Colony, $910. And it is for guard dogs and dog food. And they have 900 head of sheep. And so $910 to get a dog and to cover dog food.
Move to approve.
Okay, Dave's motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Oh, back on our prior one, because Elaine, I consider extremely intelligent. She said you could ask for an amendment to a motion. So we can call that the Raider one an amendment to a motion in order to do that one. So
Okay.
thank you, Elaine, for that.
Yes, thank you, Elaine.
And I got to get this on my dollar list. It's getting quite long.
How are we coming
Okay.
along?
The next, we're almost to the end. Sean and Jamie Rammel. She ended up scratching out the dollar figure on it. They have 17 4-H pigs, 17 4-H goats. They want $1,200 for a guard dog, another $1,000 for a guard dog, and $2,500 for a guard dog puppy, and 9 bags of puppy food at $41.99 times 9 bags equals $377.91. 20 bags of adult dog food, $22.98 times 20 equals $459.60. And they turned in, actually, I got them in my book twice. The original grant that kind of was scribbled on, a request for $5,656.38. And then they turned in receipts for everything that they have done.
Is there any discussion on this? Any discussion?
I did talk with Craig Glazier about this. He had to drop off for a few minutes. And maybe he's back on. Craig, are you back on? I'll admit. Let's wait for a second while allows Craig to come back on.
Ask question.
Go ahead.
I would like to ask Ty Smucker if he was involved in the fencing project around the Hummel place Rummel place a year ago.
Ty, are you still there?
Not
He
Ty,
shows up
I'm
on the
sorry.
box.
I'm sorry, I'm not Ty.
Craig is now
Conrad.
back on.
Conrad,
Oh, Wesley Sarmento.
Cemento.
I was there to assist, but that was a USDA project.
Okay. Was that completed?
As far as I know, it was completed.
That was a bare tight electric fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Any further
Well,
discussion?
Miss Rammel is, or Mr. Rammel shows on the list for the meeting. They may want to unmute their mic.
Yeah, George, I'm here. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay,
just want
So-
you to be part of this.
okay. So these dogs we purchased already, so we own these dogs, but in July of 27, 21, or 20, my husband was attacked about a mile from our house. So we had the fence put up. We have a black lab that runs through our fence all the time. I have 17 goats that run through the fence, and I'm like, I have 8 children. How can I protect my children plus our livestock? So we invested in one dog. She was a year old. She was a young pup, so we invested in another one to teach her how to protect the property. Last year we've had 7 bears up here around the place. We got another pup. One dog stays in with the goats, one stays in with the pigs. The other one patrols the area to keep the bears out of here. You know, I've lived here all my life. We've never had grizzly bears. They keep moving farther out here. I mean, can't somebody do something about these bears, but they're not going to. So this is why we have the dogs, to protect my children when they're outside. We do not go off the property. We have 10 acres here. I don't feel safe. I mean, I have a fence. I don't feel safe with my fence. The thing that I feel safe with is my dogs out there working. If you guys have any questions, you can ask me some questions.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion?
Is there a motion on the table? Doreen?
No, no. Can I call
Okay.
for a motion, please? Will anyone make a motion to accept or deny this?
I'm seeing no hands raised from any board member.
I move to deny.
Okay, Dave has moved to deny. Is there a second?
Come on, Joe.
Is there a
I
second?
don't see Joe on here at the moment. I believe Elaine made a second on that.
Okay.
Yes, Elaine made a
Any-
second on that.
Any further discussion?
So I have a
Guess I better-
question.
I guess I better explain myself. I can sympathize with the problem. We put up a bear, the government paid a bear, for a bear-proof fence. The fact that livestock run through it, you know, that's not part of our bailiwick. If it's personal safety we're looking at here, that's not in our mission statement, and you need to go to the Fish and Game or call Hillary Cooley.
So I have a question. I don't care if you guys, I don't want my dogs paid back. It's the dog food that I would like a grant for my dog food, for the food for you guys to pay for.
Okay, is there any discussion? Can I call?
So yeah, you call for a vote.
Yeah, but I need to call for a motion first, don't I, George?
No, we
We've
got a
already-
motion from Dave to deny and from Elaine to second.
I did, I did, and everybody was in, it failed.
Oh, okay. And Elaine put in there, I feel for their circumstances, but does not fit our standards.
Okay. Well, now, do we make a new motion for the dog food then?
If you want to do anything on the dog food, yes. However, Elaine's comment on there is do not feel it fits our standards. It's I believe it's because it's already got an electric fence around their entire property funded by the government. Am
Okay, I guess
I
I have
incorrect,
to let-
Dave? On that, you made the motion.
Yep.
Okay, I guess I have to just let it stand. So this motion failed.
Okay, the next one is Rebish Conan Livestock, $6,000. I've paid quite a few claims over the last decade for them, but I'll read their purchase 6 additional livestock guard dogs, 6 dogs at $800 per dog equals $4,800. Purchase dog food for large guard LGDs, 6 months at $200 per month equals $1,200, total $6,000. Our sheep operation consists of 2 bands of approximately 1,200 sheep per band. We raise purebred Rambouillet sheep, which are a dual purpose breed known for superior wool quality and carcass production. From October through June, our sheep graze the mountains of southwest Montana at locations 15 and 30 miles from our home base. Each July, our sheep are moved to their summer range in the Gravelly Mountain Range, which is part of the Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest. Year-round mountainous high-altitude conditions are part of what makes our sheep operation successful, as both tend to increase wool production, increase grazing opportunities. Since the early 2000s, we have seen an increase in wolf and grizzly predation as wolf grizzly numbers continue to increase in both Montana and Beaverhead, Madison counties. Our operation has successfully used large guard dogs since the reintroduction of wolves to Yellowstone in 1995. We currently have 3 large guard dogs with each band of sheep. As the need for coexistence between domestic sheep and wolves, grizzly bears rises, so does our need for additional large guard dogs. The addition of 6 more large guard dogs will increase our ability to mitigate and control wolf grizzly domestic sheep conflict and depredation. Additional large guard dogs will increase the effectiveness of dogs as the terrain is rough, remote, and inhabited with a multitude of predators, including wolves, grizzly bears, black bears, mountain lions, and coyotes. With the addition of 6 large guard dogs, each band will have a total of 6 large guard dogs to combat wolf and grizzly bear predation and conflict. Our goal is to decrease depredation and conflict with wolf and grizzly bear populations with an increased large guard dog presence. And they have had conflicts with wolves and bears going back to 1997. So.
Move to approve.
Dave made the motion to approve, Doreen.
I second it. It has been moved. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve this. All in favor, say aye.
And that's $6,000.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay. The next one is a 2-part grant similar to CVA. It's from Rockport Colony for $3,000. And it is guard dogs, dog food, and one at $2,200 and 1 guard dog at $800 for $3,000 total. Sheep are killed all the time. Dogs help out. We had 2 dogs die on us last year, so we have to get at least 1 dog. So that's the first Rockport grant. I believe they may have called in. That was one of the phone numbers. Oops, I got another person in the waiting room. I gotta get back to admit.
Okay, is there any discussion? Any discussion?
And somebody's got a hand raised somewhere.
Okay.
Tracy Rader. I don't know, maybe it's, I guess I'll lower the hand. I'm not sure if Tracy's wanting to speak or not. Anyway, motion one way or the other on Rockport. I do have a comment as a staff person.
All right.
This Mike Hofer had also sold guard dogs to other colonies. And so you'll see that in an upcoming grant. So he's asking to purchase dogs, but he's also sold dogs. What Mike told me on the phone, because I don't think I see him on there now, is that his female did not come into heat. And so he had no guard dog puppies to sell this year. I hear some cute little kid talking.
Oh, yeah, that's my grandkids. I guess this is Joe. My question would be, does he need a guard dog to replace the breeder, or does he need a guard dog to cover his sheep?
Mike, if you are on, is one of these phone numbers that I don't know. Would you interject? I don't see Mike on there, and I don't see, well, there's that's Patty. I don't see him on anymore. So, Joe, I can't answer that question because he didn't state it.
I moved to table this grant until that question is answered. So unless he can come back to us and answer that question.
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded to table this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay, now the second half of the Rockport Colony grant, they're asking for $54,000. They've already put up substantial amount of electric fencing on their place. And they put electric fencing supplies. In my conversations with Mike, once again, is they are trying to expand the fencing project around their property. We don't have really a good description of what is current and what is new and what's looked at, but he did write out a sheet, which kind of is nice because it breaks out what it costs for a mile of electric fence and the amount of time to put in. And what it would cost for equipment or the value of equipment to put a fence in. And so he did a nice job, which actually is helpful for maybe evaluating future fencing grants too. Anyway.
Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
I moved to table this until we know what kind of fence it is so that we don't have a liability issue.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, we table it.
And Elaine also voted to take on the table.
Okay.
I do have a question or maybe a clarification point. We did go to a state attorney as far as liabilities.
Mm-hmm.
The board would not be liable for any of these projects. The grantee who receives the funding is the one that would be liable for anything involved with a project. Just for clarification, because we did go to legal and ask that question.
So we as board members would not have any fiduciary responsibility, but we would be giving money to people who would be responsible.
Right.
And I just don't feel good about that.
Yeah, well, they assume the liability.
Yep.
I concur. I have a moral obligation to do the right thing, and I'm not going to fund the wrong thing.
Yes, well, Anyway, I just wanted to make that clarification because we did have that come up a few years ago as far as the legal liabilities of the board on these grants. Okay, the next one is Ruby Valley Conservation District. The Ruby Valley Conservation District has been actively involved in providing support for our local livestock producers this past year through the implementation of the Madison County Carcass Management Program. We have successfully built the infrastructure and piloted the program, which has seen great success in Madison County. If approved, the funding from the Livestock Loss Board will go towards the ongoing operation expenses of this program, including the compensation for the haul driver time and excavator operator time at the compost site, fuel costs and fencing supplies that are needed to expand the site at the Sheridan landfill to accommodate the unexpected continual growth and success we've had in the last year. Like much of Montana, the Ruby River Valley has proven to be vital habitat for the recovery of grizzly bears and for the continued distribution of gray wolves, as shown in the figures below provided by Fish and Wildlife Service. In continuing to keep a balance between working and wild lands, many local livestock producers move cattle in the upper Ruby Snowcrest Mountain region during the summer-fall months, where the threat of both grizzlies and wolves are not taken lightly. With the compost site conveniently located in Sheridan, which is often passed on the way to and from summer grazing grounds in the upper Ruby, producers are able to dispose of carcasses safely to prevent further attraction to livestock by predators. And Gary Geem, that's and the applicant name, is a large rancher who does have quite a large number of livestock. Craig may want to get in on the discussion of this, as the upper Ruby is one of the hardest hit areas in the state. However, the Carcass program, I think, is more focused on I don't know if they're bringing carcasses out of the mountains to this, or if this is just on the home ranches to reduce predation at the home ranch. And we
It's for both.
We have somebody on. There she is. That's the one. Thank you for your smiley face.
Yeah.
Hi, George. You also have Audra Bell with the Ruby Valley Conservation District, and then Steve Prim, who is our contractor for the site. Planning contractor.
Well, I'm afraid I interjected a little extra into this one just because of that upper Ruby is probably one of the worst hit areas by grizzly bears in all of Montana.
Yep. And the site is used for both those who ranch in the upper Ruby and also for local ranches around here down in the valley also. We do pick up and drop off.
Well, and this grant is for $12,000. Dave asked me to, or somebody asked me to say the dollar amounts on these.
Okay, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? I move for a motion.
Wait, just a second, hold up, time up. I forgot to push the button.
Oh.
So yeah, I got questions. They knew it was coming. I sat in on a meeting. First of all, my position on carcass removal. Yeah, it's a viable tool and everything. And I think we've proven that. And I think that from county to county, or in this case, conservation district to conservation district, I think that now that it's proven and it's not experimental or anything like that, because they've done a good job with it and it does work. It works on our place, it works on everybody's, but I think that either the counties or the people within the counties should start making it sustainable and not have to rely on public funding to keep it going. with that said, I sat in on a Western Land Alliance meeting. And they were very, very joyful that they had secured $885,000 for conservation efforts and mitigation efforts for endangered species. Why hasn't anybody tapped into that instead of tapping into us? That's a question
Alex,
for Andrea or Kayla. I mean, have you guys heard of where this money went?
Okay, you have Steve Prim on the line.
Yeah, I'm not sure what money you're talking about there. I was at that same meeting you were at in Alder. I'm not sure where this $880,000 number came from. Can you elaborate?
Yeah.
I think
that
Linda
meeting
can
was-
can
That
answer
meeting was
too.
last week. That meeting was last week is the one that they came up with. So, I'm
Oh,
just,
gotcha.
I'm just wondering.
This is the first I've heard of that dollar amount.
Linda. Unmute her, George.
well, let me see if I
I'm
got a spotter
unmuted.
in the list.
I am unmuted and I have sat here and I will try not to get my voice to shake because I am irritated. That $880-some thousand is spread across 11 states, David, and if you were paying attention, you would have known that. We got 30-some thousand, and that is why the Madison Valley Ranchland Group is not sitting here begging you to support our programs here in the Madison. We don't need to go through this bullshit. You guys act like it's the same all across the state when you refuse to put money on some place that doesn't have a local landowner, but they're
Excuse me
also
for-
letting
for
us.
just- Excuse me for
they're
just a
letting-
moment. This is Doreen Gillespie. I would really prefer if you didn't use nasty language. None of us have done that so far.
What did I say wrong?
You
That I
Said
was,
bullshit.
I think at a meeting like this, we don't need to use that kind of language.
I don't know what I said. I'm irritated. I'm just saying that you guys are trying to compare us down here with our wealthy landowners where we're renting from them and trying to put our practices in place and using our pickup programs, our range rider programs to make it so we're viable, so ranchers stay viable down here. That's why we're going out for grants. We're not the same as everybody else. But we ended up with $35,000, yes. And that's why I'm not asking money from the Livestock Loss Board to help our ranchers down here.
And I agree with Linda too. I mean, obviously that money to Montana, that $37,000 can't be given to everybody. And so obviously we weren't able to get that funding. And so that's why we go to other funding sources to help fund this, because we try to make it feasible for the ranchers and farmers, make it affordable for them. And therefore we're asking you for that help.
And we thought this grant program was to try to help keep ranchers and producers viable in Montana when we're facing these conflicts on our landscapes.
Hey, Linda, it's Steve Prim. So is the $885,000 number, is that the SIG grant that we're talking about?
Yes, it is. And so it's spread across the West.
Well, it's not just spread across the West, it's also paying for research to document that these practices are effective. So a lot of that's going to researchers. It's not like it's a pot of money sitting there waiting for watershed groups to spend on their carcass management programs.
And they are also, I mean, this research is going into finding sustainable ways to keep capacity of these programs viable for years to come. So we are, I mean, there is research being done to get funding for these groups to keep these programs alive. So that's ultimately what we're looking for right now, is just to stay above and be able to provide this awesome benefit for our local ranchers who are finding depredation due to these predators on the landscape, and we're trying to keep that viable. So
And Rick Sandrew, who is part of or on the supplement on this, I personally know Rick. He was high school friend. He's running 1,200 head of cattle in the conservation district. The other supplement, though, they didn't list any of their head counts on it. And anyway, that's just aside on that. Is there? Rick does have losses every year. Okay, Trina has a thing on here. Exactly, it is a study being done to make the federal government aware that these prevention practices work. So we, and then can in capital letters, get funding from other places. Elaine has a question. How many countries does this service? I think countries should have been counties possibly.
We service the Madison County on the Ruby Valley side, so we're pretty much from Virginia City to Whitehall. We can also take some livestock from going towards Dillon as well.
So Beaverhead County is also included in that.
Yeah.
And Eric Nunless wrote, well said, Linda, Audra, Steve, Trina, Kayla. Agree with all of you. And I thought I disabled the chat box when I set up this meeting because I was afraid of side conversations. Nothing yet from Elaine on this. But anyway, that's why I was explaining that this is the hardest hit area next to Glacier County in the state, is the Ruby Valley.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a few questions here. So first of all, we have denied earlier carcass removals because they've been in businesses or been funded since 2003. And it looks like Ruby Valley, you got your first livestock loss board help in 2016.
Correct. And
again in 2020.
Correct. And all that money went to establishing the compost site. It just came into effect last year.
Okay.
Yeah, they've put a lot of effort. I've personally put in a lot of effort to try to get a park program going in Madison County on that side of the mountains.
Yep. A lot of the money was needed for the designing, the engineering, and obviously going to the county board for approval and all of that at the landfill.
So my
Elaine
next
said
question
she's
would be,
gonna. Sorry, Joe. Elaine said she will make a motion when this discussion ends.
okay, so George, where are we up to so far with our money?
I haven't totaled it all up.
Okay.
It's and I'm afraid to do it for losing my recording. Let me go over to a calculator and find out.
And we do have our grant match included in the application as well.
I do know that we have a carcass removal system in place on the Blackfeet Nation. I don't know where they get their funding. It's very, very convenient, very helpful. Keeps the big uglies moving through instead of staying around and eating and then causing more problems. Also helps the herder to be a little safer. So I do appreciate the service. I would like to see this go forward, but I do know that we're all very concerned about our own budget. We can't write you a hot check. I don't think Greg would appreciate that. And being that you guys are kind of new in the business, you're getting started. That's why I'm not going to go any further. Very understanding is all I can tell you.
They may have missed one or two on the tally sheet, but 100 and, oh God. Airhead. Rounded off to 127,000. So we're well within the budget.
Okay, very good. Elaine, do you want to make a comment?
Motion.
Yeah, now I just gotta wait for Elaine to type it in, because she must be having speaker trouble, so she's doing everything on the chat. I don't see anything typed by Elaine, so if any of the four of the rest of you.
All right, I'll go ahead. This is Joe. I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the $12,000 request for the carcass removal of the Ruby Valley Conservation District.
And this is Doreen Gillespie. I second it. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded and motion passes. Oh, excuse me. I asked for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
And Elaine came through with a motion to accept, and then yes.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, now we're on our final grant application. Seville Colony. You want a guard dog, money for guard dog and dog food for $1,200. Due to grizzly bears in 2015, 20 sheep were killed. And they included a receipt for the $1,200 that they paid for the dog. So they're, they didn't list the in-kind, but we can do up to 30% or 70% of that 1,200. But if they're adding dog food in, which they should have actually put some dollar figures in, that would be more. So I can work with them if you did a motion to approve to get this clarified as far as the.
I need to take 5 minutes to get a outside opinion.
Okay. Elaine says yes, 30%. And that's so take 30% off of it for the cost share, unless they can show something for the dog food.
Yeah, I tried to reach out. This is Joe. I tried to reach out and ask about this 20 sheep killed in 2015 on Pardue Road. I do not personally remember it. It could have happened. They are next to Cut Bank River. Between Browning and Cut Bank, there are bears traveling through there, but I honestly don't remember that many being killed. But without them on board, I can't. And Glenn doesn't have a history going back that far.
Okay.
That's what
I also, as far because of the claims process.
Yeah.
We did not receive a claim for those large numbers of sheep. So I don't know that they were verified by Wildlife Services.
Now, Elaine made a motion, am I correct?
Yes, for a motion, we take out the 30% off of that. We can prove up to 70% because it's a grizzly bear area.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, you finished that portion of of this. I will have to go back through and divide this out for the federal grant money. I don't believe we covered all the federal grant money available. That goes straight to wolf projects. We may have, but I need to calculate this out because the intermixing of the grants between the wolves and the grizzly areas regulates the amount of match required. And people were really good about actually doing that 50% cost share and showing it on their grant applications. I just have to go back through and be careful when I issue these out so that I don't get us in trouble with the feds for our federal grant money.
Okay,
I think you're down to public comment, Doreen.
yes. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, I guess we can, this has been a long meeting, I guess. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I so make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Wait, Mark Cook has his hand up.
Okay, I can't see him.
I'm sorry, Mark.
Louder,
I almost missed you.
Okay, George, no worries. Thank you. I just want to say you have a gem in George. We've been involved with the Livestock Loss Board since it was created, and I'm sure many of you have too. We have always supported the board, and we've always supported George in his actions. Whenever he asked for help, we were there to help him. I got to tell you, I'm very disappointed what the Livestock Loss Board has turned into. Your goal was to help livestock producers, and I'm not seeing that, and I'm very disappointed in that. And I'm also very disappointed that Dr. Wilson wasn't reappointed to the board. He was an incredible asset to help you folks. Very, very disappointed. George, I had to say that, get it off my chest, but that's the way I feel, and I hope the board turns around. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Linda has written a comment as well. I got to bop out of where I'm at to get to the my email. George, I'm extremely disappointed in the behavior and conduct of LLB today. Never dreamt I would listen to such a poorly conducted grant review process. Sincerely, Linda. Don't lose the recording. I will say that I do not keep the recordings once I have written the minutes. This is not, the recording is just for the purpose of me to create the written minutes, and they are almost verbatim. That's why our minutes are so long, because I do include all the discussion items and I do include all the comments. And that, so anyway, everything will be captured in the minutes. And I assure you of that. I can pride myself on making sure that everybody is heard and every comment is written down. So let's see, I have any, Linda says she recorded it on her phone. Eric Nunless said, thank you for your work, George, appreciate you. And Elaine said, I would like to get some help for you when grants come in. Reminder, all applications must be complete before sending in. So those are comments from Elaine. That was actually the worst part of the whole process today, was the fact that, and maybe that's my fault, but allowing the supplements to come in late rather than the deadline. And because this was a new process requiring ranchers to sign off that they're working with these organizations, we needed to allow some flexibility, at least on this first go round. And so the board did allow that to happen. Yeah, George, I would advise that you keep that recording. No, I am not going to keep the recording. And thanks, George. It's tough to be consistent. But anyway, that's why I think we need a deadline of all paperwork, because it created a nightmare to keep track of everything and to keep the board fully informed. And in closing, all board members received the main grant applications by email a month in advance, and had all of them were able to review these. It wasn't a last minute thing. And as the supplements came in, those were forwarded to the board as they came in. So board members did have time to thoroughly vet these. It wasn't a last minute. I don't want anybody to think it was a last minute process. So that's all I had, I guess, to say on that. Now back to Doreen.
Okay, well, the motion has been called to adjourn the meeting. Can I have a second? Well, I'll second it. All right, motion adjourned. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for attending today. I'm going to end the meeting.